Yay. Woohoo. Yay. Not much of a yay. But this thing worked, so that's a yay. Can you hear a kick in the background? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Time to do all the usual shenanigan BS. To start the stream. Feel free to skip a few minutes ahead if for some reason you are watching this in the future. I discovered that 3 hours and 21 minutes in will be some super secret about the game. Actually, that's probably not necessarily true, but you never know. I might forget and spill some beans or something at some point. It could happen. It's unlikely, but it could happen. See what I get copyright claim for today. All these things I pay to use and I get copyright claim for. It's okay, I'm switching to AI music in the future. As soon as I get around to paying them money. As at least they will fit my game better, even if I probably still get copyright claimed for it. Why even support if they're just going to come after you like that, paying them money? These are questions that I ask. It's happened so many times at this point. It's also a solid argument for not streaming on YouTube, but yeah. YouTube's backend isn't working right either? Fantastic. 10 out of 10. It's a day. It's a day. Can I post in it this way? I most certainly can. Well, screw their backend then. Don't do crap with their backend. What is this awful background trash that I'm listening to? Why? I hate it. All my homies hate it too. It's not the worst thing I've ever heard, but still hate it. I'm of the opinion that you shouldn't have just like background ambience music. Like you should just have noises that play in the background, and that is your ambience, not some canned stuff. You know, if you're like out in nature, like put some like, you know, noises out there. Make it interesting. Don't just play the same 3 minutes of ambience. It's just weird. Not like, didn't I just talk about this? Why are we hearing the same ambience crap? Come on. Come on. It's awful. Stop that. Muted it. Whatever. Try again. Now I'm a little worried about using stuff from Dark Fantasy Studio because I got copyright claimed twice by them now, too. And I paid them money. Pay Dark Fantasy Studio money, by the way. You're welcome for this bit of advice. It will not work out in your favor. Alright. I was messing with levels last time. If I was feeling so bad that I just decided I would end this room last time. It's like, why? Don't feel great now, but I never really feel great. Today my whole chest burns. Why? That's just what's happening today. That's just the new thing. So I was gonna set up the leveling thing here, basically. I think it's under system. I probably want to wait till like next tick or something to get started on their stuff, because they get spawned in and there's a brief period of time where it has to resolve all this. And their health bars aren't really registering the change. So maybe this will do enough, or maybe I have to do a little more. Oh, I suppose I'd have to chat it. That'd probably help. Just me chatting, apparently. Well, average viewership is up a bit. That's nice. Slow going though. Maybe I should be playing on other games on other days too. That'd be kind of nice. I thought about doing speed running, but every time I get all these like health problems, it's so like hard to focus. I don't know how good of a speedrunner I'd even be anymore because of it. Could play strategy games or something. I thought about getting back into Magic or maybe Hearthstone, but the problem with Hearthstone is I don't remember anything about there, and the problem with Magic is I haven't played it in years either, so I don't know. Yeah, this doesn't seem to have enough health. I don't think it's working. Some days it just burns. All right. I thought I bypassed this crap. I need to search for every word that says ambience and delete all those tracks. They're so obnoxious. I guess ambience is okay sometimes, but it depends. Like horror games can have ambience, I guess, but even then. But nature is just such a terrible thing to have ambience for. Like, it just makes no sense to me. You should just have noises in nature. I mean, a horror thing not necessarily makes noise, so... But even then, silence with, like, creaking boards is probably more interesting than, some sort of canned ambience that makes no sense. But maybe canned ambience is better. It's not like I've ever made a horror game, so, you know. It's saying their health's 100. I think I just haven't included the NPC health as an option here, and everything else was working. My guy programmed it right, but I mean, I'm pretty certain that's what happened. So target damaged. Damaged. Oh I will make up as many words as possible. Or something, I don't know. But I was converting all this over because it was getting ridiculous trying to deal with all these things. I just ordered his health, right? Yeah, sure. Oh. Add this way. Map add. In theory, I could use a struct, but eh. And the new number. Set that there. Damaged. Gommaged, I don't know. Excited my new post on there actually has like 6 likes already. For Screenshot Saturday. Screenshot Saturday is like not like for another hour and a half here, so it's pretty good. I got ahead of the game on Screenshot Saturday. Plus I actually have the whole subscription to X, so hopefully my reply is at the top, which means people will actually like it. We'll see how worth it is, because I tested 1 week without it and 1 week with it now, so the day's not over yet. But I mean, the first time I got barely any attention, like 2 likes and 354 views. That was pretty trash, to be honest. Right? That the one? Yeah. Now 385 and 4 likes. You know, it was not great. We'll see if this one works out better. So far, getting wishlist is nearly impossible. I'm gonna find everything with, like, you know, health and just replace it with NPC stats. Yeah. It's just easier. Really? Damn, should have copy pasted both, I guess. It's actually health max, right? That's what it was. I think I did it wrong. Yeah. Alright, boss info. It's on all of them. Oh my gosh, there's so many of them. Yep. I'm just gonna do this and grab all of them and just run it to each one. Target damaged. This just controls the health bar on that it shows for the boss on Poppet's screen. That has to be referenced a handful of times all the time. Target healed. This doesn't work quite right, from what I could tell. This isn't even a good track. It's noise in the background, I suppose. I'm zeroing it out, sure. It's fine. I always find all references found only references to this and not everything with the word in it. Like just references specifically to this one variable. Because it's weird that it finds the others. You're asking for references to a specific variable. You'd think that's what it means. Except it doesn't mean that at all. It's weird. Wait. I guess that's fine. I don't think that's ever going to be useful, but maybe. Oh, okay, well, it's just basically these two might as well just be ramrodded together. I often use them. Jesus. They're everywhere. Doing it the more complicated way, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. I hate how messy this is. I need a good way to organize it, to be honest, because of the fact that it's just going to trample over however I do it. Well, this doesn't have to trample. This could go in this direction, and that's a little less ugly. That's just an addition, so that won't matter. I think it's easier if you see it if it's farther down on that. These get cleaned out. That's a little less mess. Not much, but a little. I can make them pure or something. I don't know if that's really that could make that big of a difference. I have my questions on it though. Maybe it would make a meatball. Noodles and meatballs. Just saying. Noodles and meatballs. I was intentionally setting those to 0, it looks like. Same thing, different day. Should have copied both. This used anywhere? I guess so. Wonder where. Must be on each individual one there. I'm gonna have to go through all of them and fix this. It's good for the future. Crap for now, but good for the future. Admittedly, I could just have the struct stat instead of what I'm doing here, which might even be better. Then you gotta find it. Then you gotta have like the little struct that it pulls, which would just be a bunch of the same thing. But then you could expand it out. I'd have to find them. There's that. There is some advantage to that, I guess. Probably should have thought of that a moment ago, huh? Sometimes improving the code is worth it. Doesn't mean not typing all these things out. I can just easily hand this amount around. I don't have to hand the other around. Crew. This NPC there is only good for that. There's something to be said for this, and then I just pull the thing there and I can just break and add. Told they're less efficient for these kinds of things though, but at the same time, it would just be pull the struct out, break it, and connect up instead of typing find and all these things like that. So it would actually be a lot faster for me. That's true. variant. I think I made a struct for their abilities, right? I'm pretty certain I did. Struct enemy ability, yeah. So I don't even need the damage and damage variance on there because it's tied into these, and I'm going to basically tie them together in one giant thing here. This seems way better. I could easily organize this in a way that's more meaningful. I need to do this anyway because there's currently 2 systems and it's a catastrophe. What's going on? Like, it's so hard to keep track of where everything is. But if I do this, and then I have multiple abilities in here for each of the information, and I don't have to have everything else just off to the side. Is there anything else I want here? I mean, the variance thingies for the health is a thing. Other level. Experience isn't used. But there are item drops in here too. I'm getting tired of trying to figure out where everything is. Because I think what I'm really saying here, actually, it's gonna be the death one, honestly. Never mind. Yeah, let's go to the death graph. Graph for it. Might as well use it. I don't even need this link thing here. That's not even connected to anything. It's called a BP item struct. I think it's better if it's just struct one of those, but whatever, I guess I named it like that for some bizarre world reason. Well, if I just leave it as an array, I don't have to do anything special. I don't think I need it to be anything else. I don't know why I would. Of course, I'll have to go through and change it on every single thing again. So again, this is one of those things I better do it now before I have like 80 enemies and have to do it on all of them. So I don't end up with this catastrophe of I don't even know what's going on anymore. It happens a lot. There's so many things where I don't know what's even going on anymore. And drops. Start backwards, perfect. That probably works. I just have everything in there. I don't think I need anything else. I just didn't want to have to search these out. That's why I didn't put them in special things. But these other stuff I'll pull from these specifically. I guess to be fair, you could have these all in one and then just break it, but then adding to it's kind of weirder, I guess. I don't know. I never have to even add to these. The only thing that's ever going to be updated is basically the health. And the health max, these things will get updated in the levels, so name's never even getting updated. I think that's everything I want. I go through every stat and just remove that crap. Problem with this thing is this stupid NPC thing has been changed over and over and over since the project's inception, so it's just all over the place. And it's annoying because it's all over the place. And most of these don't matter that much. It also has to account for both types of NPCs as well, which is weird. Well, basically every type of NPC. The ones you attack and the ones you don't. I think that's all I care about. I guess to be fair, this sets puzzle information about him. But I don't need a min-level max level when I'm just going to be setting their actual level. More spawn chance. Yeah, I don't need any of this information. I only really need this other stuff here. It's water today, huh? Kind of makes me feel a little better to do that. Yeah. You see that? There's like an update thing there. It's like what are the options for extract? Well, I guess you gotta break it just to get the update, right? It just adds to the map. There was one thing special for that. Let me get back up again. This here is how it's done. And then you go help these two here. Then do this. I always forget that note, but it's a lot easier than this monstrosity. Oh, right in the chat. If anyone talked. Not really. Happens. Yeah, it's a lot easier. I guess I could have made character name an actual name. Maybe I should do that just so I don't have it be perpetually everywhere. Even though I'm a big fan of strings. To avoid a note every extra place, I probably just do that and I don't have to deal with it anymore. It's text. What the hell is the character name here? Character name is a text. Right. Okay. Change that one. Sure. To make my life easier. This is considerably easier than this strategy though, or the finding of the things. Considerably easier. Close some of these thingies back here because there's a million of them. I like this track. Not as good as the ones that I made with AI, but I technically already own it. Well, I have the rights to use it, I guess. Unless they decide I don't. Sure happens a lot. Probably pull this together and make it less ridiculous. I should just double connect this up and save time. Less messy. Faster to work with too. Oh. First spot of the day. What's your problem today, OBS? Having some issues today. Well, I'll just dump some of these extra connections. OBS is horrible today. What's up with this? Drop frames is huge. Well, let me close out some crap and see if that helps. Where's Kick even at? Any problems now, OBS? It's dropping a huge amount of frames. Maybe I'm not streaming today if it's going to keep dropping frames. What's your problem today, OBS? Every minute it's just fluctuating like crazy. That's what it says. It hasn't said disconnected yet, but the drop frames is like 20 some odd %. It's huge. Whatever. I'll just keep an eye on it, I guess. If it looks terrible, people can let me know or whatever. If it breaks, then I just don't stream tonight. Whatever. To be honest, I'm starting to question if streaming my game development is actually as effective of a strategy as I thought it was. Like, it got initial noticing, but after a while you kind of cap out, and the cap is pretty low, but you spend so much time. That being said, I am working on the game anyway, so I'm doing what I was gonna do. But maybe the amount of hours invested is just not the best choice for trying to get wish lists and the like, which I need a lot. An almost disgusting amount of wish lists is required at this point. Maybe I'll drop kick for a second and see if that helps. Doesn't seem to. I don't know. I think what could actually be causing additional things that I can close out to try to fix my problems. I mean, I don't have anything's open at the moment, but I guess I don't need the back ends open for some of these because I'm not really using them for anything particularly. I can pause that so the YouTube one is not playing. Maybe that helps. I think so. Whatever. Let's see how it goes. I don't know why I use these map variables. My structure is so much better. They have some annoying issues, but when you recognize how to deal with those issues, it's not that bad. It's like that. Connect up the meatball. Yay, meatball. Not more beautiful looking code by any stretch of the imagination. It's actually quite ugly, but it ain't gotta be that ugly. I mean, I could have pulled the thing off it and break struct and pulled only one thing. It'd be like extra nodes. I don't really think that's particularly valuable, as they say. Damage widget. Damage. That's true. I don't have anything that does healing, do I? But I can tie that to an ability. I don't have to have it directly in these stats. But having things that are powerful enough that can be healed would be useful. I mean, it's only like one thing in the game so far that is ever healed. That is just Vu. But you know, other things will be healed later when I get to that point. It's a lot of abilities I can make. Starting to realize that my game, you know, I don't need to rush out the door as much as long as I can afford to keep it going, because you know, all these games that are like super you know, popular take a long time, and they put a lot of love and care into it. And here I'm like, oh, kick it out the door in less than 3 years, it'll be fine. Maybe. Yeah. Don't think it works like that. It's gonna be tough. That's all the NPC stats. It's because it's on the children. I put on. I'll have to go find all their unique abilities. That's why I need to standardize their things across all these, because it's so hard to find who has what. Changing anything is the biggest pain in the world. Guess I find any remaining health. Actually, to be fair, I need to change all the character names, so I'll help max. Sure. My frames are dropping less now. That's nice. I did reduce some stuff a bit. Still a bit much. Man. I wish I was even growing remotely on Kick. That one's like a rough one to grow on, apparently. I've been at 70 followers for like a million years on it. Better than 0, of course, but you know. You almost have to be in the only category that matters, which should be like just chatting. Because otherwise no one will ever see you. Audio system here. Oh, this is the right application, I just didn't pay attention. It's slow going, building all this up. To be fair, I haven't really been on Kick for terribly long, and I just recently had my year-long, you know, first year anniversary on Twitch. So I guess there's, you know, shouldn't expect Rome to be built in a day, as they say. I mean, maybe like discount Rome, maybe like IKEA Rome is built in a day. I don't know about IKEA Rome, but you know, hear me out. I guess IKEA Rome is better than no Rome. It's probably accurate. I guess I don't leave the YouTube backend open at all if it's not even gonna work correctly. Whatever. I'm not gonna leave it open if it's broken today. I have to go to every single enemy and start adding all this information in too. True. There's no easy way to... Actually, I can just write them down, I guess. Damage isn't useful. I just need these ones here. I'll write them down and then I'll bounce back over the others so I can save myself some... I think those are just no variants, and there's at all. They're just 10, 10, and 10. No, 10, 10, no variants. Then, of course, the name... Wait, why am I pulling NPC? Uh-oh. Only 1 damage, I guess. I am going to try to slowly get everything figured out. We'll default it to 1 just in case something happens wrong. I didn't want to do this for the longest time because I knew how much effort this would be, but that's okay. I'll call this the suicide ability. That's what it does. Actually, like a suicide bomber is basically what it is. I call it a sapper. It's true. Not going to though, because it sounds lame. Hear me out. I don't like lame. Actually, what was your damage? Did we pull from damage specifically on this? I don't remember if it did. 20. Have to write that down. This also make it a lot easier to change too. I can just look at the same thing and go, okay. Not as efficient, but a lot easier to figure stuff out. Since this is... I call it the attack graph, but this all they do is just... blow themselves to bits. I kind of got rid of a bunch of crap, didn't I? Interesting. Okay, well, those aren't even on there, so who gives a crap? I guess I made some change and never changed it back. That's okay. Everything for them. On to the next one. This I never even finished up. Let me finish this thingy. I didn't use Telfarians yet. Copy paste that, buddy. This keyboard's trash. I'll call it like a wheel hit, I guess. Call it like a doll ball. It's the same thing. Please default this to well, you can have a value range now, interesting. There's just default value, huh? What are all these symbols? Yeah. Whatever. Oh, wrong one. Oh, there item drops too. Doesn't even have any. And you should though. Old shop or something like that. Well, at the very least, I know A bitey would have items. Shop item info. Yeah, okay. Touch party this way. Has none. This is going to take an exorbitant amount of time. Alright, tell. Really that though, right? Yeah. Just add them directly in, call it square. Just give them the same one for now. I'll be right back. I guess I wish I'd standardized this early on, but at the same time, likely gonna happen. You know, sometimes just gotta suck it up and fix it. Yes. I was gonna take all these abilities and standardize them to the NPC ability thing too. Trouble with that is it's a long road. The good news is I can copy paste stuff directly over. Like the whole abilities thing and everything like that. I can just copy them. $20, no variance. I don't hurt that bad right now. And that's your exciting thing there. I don't hurt that bad. Not even like, doesn't hurt, just not that bad. It's funny. Awkward. Super awkward. Funny though. Damage doesn't matter. 40, 46. Oops. I should just be a mini bugaboo then. Never even updated the name on this one. I figure it's just better to have a bit more standardization for exactly the reason you just saw there, where I don't even know what things are. Oops. A lot of this information gets changed as I go along too, because I add stuff to the game that didn't exist when I first set it up. I have attack types, huh? Great. The old one. So basically I want to switch everything to usability and get rid of an attack type. A lot of stuff's got to get pushed into there. Alright. She have an air attack? Guess she does, actually. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna type attack and I'm gonna do that. It's gonna be a lot better to do it this way. Just one called air attack. Like I said, I was expecting to have to change some crap. For certain, I knew it was coming, but and then it pulls attack damage, damage variance, two multiplier, sure. Attack damage. Damage. He doesn't heal, so I don't really care about that, right? Or was like heal power? Was that what it was? I think so. There. Yeah, heal power. It's so confusing. It's hard to find crap too. Like this just means I gotta go through everything and try to figure it out. And then the super multiplier, which I don't believe it even has. Sure. Is there an attack sound as well? Montage. Sound to play. It's declared on her. Oh. No sound is selected. It's just called attack as well. Sure. I can just replace all the attack with weapons for that, but then the other one's gonna have to do some work. But I just don't want to have two different God knows what things going on here. It's annoying and I don't need that in my life. YouTube is borderline pointless today. Interesting. Started posting shorts and then they started hating me. The shorts were getting views. I'm like going, so wait, you said to post stuff to get more things. The shorts get views. Why did the streams not get views? Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. Thanks. Yes, X, it's okay. I just looking at my account real quick. All these weird security checks. Like, my account's like 5 years old. I paid the money. Like, what are we talking here? Why are we grilling me when I'm, you know, literally giving them money? That's dumb. Don't grill your paying customers, okay? That's weird. All my homies hate when you do this. I think that's everything I need off the bugaboo. Man, what a mess these are. It needs to be done. Standardizing this crap is a long time coming. Long time coming indeed. Probably also work on Vu and things like that too, so relatively soon to kind of get her fixed up. But this is all the stuff that's going to be necessary for the first playtest, which hopefully gets a lot more interest in this game. Because man, if it doesn't, that's rough. This just fires a projectile. I guess I don't have to standardize fire projectile necessarily yet. I might want to. But anyway, I don't think damage actually matters at any point there, because it's not. The projectiles don't factor in for that, so we're looking at just health. Like 50. I might change these numbers, but whatever, I'll balance them later. I do like that I did it in such a way that I can just copy paste the items directly over. Ready to-do list. I guess I was writing on there as a scratch notes thing. That's also an option too. Okay. It's all of them. I didn't even update the names on these. That's terrible. They have no abilities. In their defense, I guess they have cannonball. Except for that they aren't even using it. It looks like. I'll figure that out later. God, there's so much I'm putting into these dumb little things. The Patrick Annie Bell. Well, fangirls. Kind of like they're lighting their head on fire over and over. It's just kind of funny. It's such a simple doll. It's got way more acclaim than it probably deserves. Doesn't have to move that much. Doesn't move some, right? It's weird how you click it once and it doesn't quite do it until you click off somewhere else, then it's all happy again. Ten, no variance, sure. Always not a Patrick fan. Annie. And then exactly the same. For now. I might not want them to have item drops because of how they kill themselves off, because their ability isn't very standardized yet. Just copy paste, bro. When I can delete those stats from there, we'll know that I've done a good job and got everything standardized up. I'm gonna change the mix right here. Of course, I never added these back in, so screw it. Just take them out. It's on their attack graph, isn't it? Yeah, it's so different than the other ones. Makes it hard. I think all our cultists, for that matter, would have been fine. Do you do anything? I don't think you do anything. Well, pipe cannon thing, I don't think it ever got finished. Oh. Let's be sneezing fits. Things all over the place, make a huge mess. Fun. Bet. This one was called a pipe cannon. I don't think it's even used. It looks exactly like just one of the other ones and never got done anything with. We just duped it for no reason. Weird. Fair enough. I just was trying to figure out what the hell it was for, but pipe cleaner was the real one. It's the memory ref. Save all. Clear undo history so it doesn't close every single window. And then delete the pipe cannon because it's not really a thing. understand why you think you're in the thing, but whatever. Give it a second. What closes every single thing under the sun, unfortunately. You good? Blow something, sure. So effectively, I've only got like 18 enemies for this particular area, which isn't really that many. I'm not sure if I like that, but I don't know, something will get added. We'll see. I mean, I guess to be fair, things like Hollow Knight really don't have that many enemies either. Like, they'll recycle the same handful of enemies for the first like 20 minutes. You'll be like 4 enemies in that 20 minutes. You'll see them a lot, but you do spend a lot of time in the rooms in this game, so there's that to note. Mini blockers, he's done those, and the money big, so we're up to pipe cleaners. There we go, this is the slowest thing in the world. It is what it is, you know. If I don't do this, then I can be a pain later. And I'm going to finally reach the point where we can finally do some additional things besides what I'm just doing before, where I was had very limited ways to report information about stuff. Now I can actually kind of keep track of things and level stuff up easier. I just increase their stats. I wonder if streaming to all these sources just divides my audience up to the point where it's makes it feel like I don't have much of an audience on any one of them. Instead, build an audience on all of them just because, you know, if something ever happens or whatever, plus you just reach more people, but then you end up with such lower numbers that it doesn't push you up in the algorithm on any of them, which is not great either. So it's like, yay. There we go. That was a pretty delayed. You know how many drops? Really? Oh, this one's at. It should say 10. Fair. Too many dumb places for everything. This isn't an exact match. Jesus. I did the bitey, right? No, I think I did part of the bitey and then do the rest or something. Maybe I didn't do any of it actually. I did it. Well, what are your abilities like? That was enjoyable. All the sneezing. Gonna be a long night. Can tell it already. When he swings a weapon with his damage on the air. Weird, dude. Ugh. Whatever. I'll go back through and truly standardize later, but right now I'm just trying to get most of the things standard in there, I guess, or the stuff that's already there. Yeah, man, this is such a mess. Some of these early enemies are just all over the place for what they do. The entire thing is just gross. Kind of a mess. Kind of a mess. That's okay. This one attacks by leaping though, that's why I don't have it's standardized. Right, because I'm at this 10. Yeah. Pain in the ass. But that's why I waited so long. I just have these to do, so I have the other like 9 here, and then I have these, you know, 7, and then these don't even work right, so I don't care. They're not even set up for anything. When we finally reach that point, it'll be very different. Spotify's like, here's an email. You should get premium again. They made a little offer. They're like, oh yeah, it's like $6 a month for 2 months. I'm like, okay, sure. And then like, you're not eligible for this deal. It's like, why did you advertise this deal to me if I'm not eligible? Because now I'm just annoyed at you guys and I'm not going to get it even if you give me the deal. What value is it in pissing off a customer? Like, okay. I've had it in the past. Whenever they give me a sale on it, I get it. And they should probably figure that out by now, that I'm not going to pay them, like, I don't know, 12, 13, or 14 bucks a month for it. I don't really price it that much. Usually they'll give me, like, once a year, they'll give me a deal with, like, $5 a month or something for 3 months, and that's good. I'll take that. If they charge me $5 a month, they would get, you know, money every month out of me. They'd get $60 a year out of me, as opposed to now where they get $15 out of me every year. Whatever works for them. I'm sure that they can, you know, sell it to people who have lots more money, and they were more than happy to pay a fortune. That's fair. But that's not me. That's not me. They can suck it. I'm not interested. Alright, down the list we go. I thought there was a place with a damage thing, but I guess not. What's my damage is 5. Even though it doesn't seem to pull from it anyway, so who cares, but sure. So it fires a projectile. I never change the name on like any of these. They're all just listed as Pudgy or like ID. There's some generic thing. And oh, no, your name is now Item. Sure, whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna remove that anyway. Call it a drummer, I guess. Everything has such a very specific numbers. There's not a lot of variety to them. And it just does a projectile for its damage. So there's nothing else special to do about it. It doesn't send information of any sort. Just fire projectile. Projectile has it. I hate that, but all the projectiles aren't standardized yet, so it be what it be. It'd be kind of crappy. Speaking of things that are crappy, this guy was becoming kind of a boss, but now he just has a lot of attacks because he didn't really get to stay a boss. He was too early. Yeah. I don't even feel my worst right now. How I felt all day. Just kind of mediocre, but. It's easy to just kind of lose track of what you're doing because it's so monotonous. You know? Because it's just dull. It's just, it's just a dull thing to have to do. Enough. Oh, the items. I mean, a mini megabyte, that means that there's a megabyte later. You might have a higher base level, I don't know. How do you do your abilities? Oh, it's the same thing as the other one, right? It just has a attack collision. What the hell is this? Enemy attack power and damage? Like two separate things? I don't even... I don't know, man. Call this attack. 8. It's like shark mode. Raise these numbers up. Trouble is, these don't even level up either. Well, I guess they sort of could. Man, this is gonna be a pain. You gotta do that with it basically. And this way it'll factor in the level change instead of all this other crap going on. It's probably the same thing on the Bitey. Another thing that I have to go do. Should have copied the one that said bite. Balancing this game is going to be so weird. Give me all the stuff I need. No one bites the dust. Oh, yeah, we can get to the bosses too. Good. The Patricias are going to need a lot of work. I might actually just redo them to have like the first couple things of Patrick's stuff and then go from there, because as it is now they're like the old version of Patrick. And they're kind of a mess. And she never should have made them this complicated, but to be fair, they were just an old version of Patrick, so. I think what I do is I update Patrick and then I just copy paste everything from these things onto Patrick to make the crappy version. Like the first two waves of that, that's what I just do, just wimpy version of the boss with like the first two waves of their things and nothing else. That was the original plan. Back to Trisha. What is this garbage music today? Oh, more stuff that's like an hour-long zombie apocalypse. Why would you do this? Like, basically there's ones that are 3 minutes long and there's ones that aren't 3 minutes long. Can I add duration here? You don't show duration on details, really? Anyway, these ones here are like an hour long. 97 meg MP3, perfect. I'll keep the 3 minute ones. I really don't know why I'm keeping those even. They're pretty much hot garbage. These ones have already set aside as potentially usable in the game. Oh look, this has usability already. Oh. Yeah, the NPC abilities. Hell yeah. Ask Me was a little more useful. I mean, the usability has to be different now. It has to go to grab the struct. And do that instead, but that's about it. Did you say you disconnected again or something? No? Okay. Well, that's cool. I copied these and then I need to go to the struct here. That's what it was. Random pain keeps distracting me. It's annoying. Come on. I don't think I'm making this too complicated for what it is, but that's okay. I'll call this like a Stitch Voodoo, I guess. There's like a voodoo doll as well, so. And then stats. I don't think damage ever factors in ever. It's already figured on those. So 20, 20, and none. Sure. Oh, it was right here. Not much point in having the level here be any number because it doesn't really matter. But I just have level 1 so they don't like start out dead or something. Usability is already done. Nothing is particularly special here. Cool. Ah. There's 30 on those. Hey, Cinderberry, how's it going?
Hello there.
I've been hello there'd. Just woke up, that's fair. I don't know why I stream as early as I do, because I swear, like, most people who actually watch the stream wake up later anyway. It's weird. How's your morning going? Hopefully caffeine filled or something. Arrived just in time to seem to continuously break everything. Yeah, about that. I'm trying to standardize stuff. That one coffee. What is that rookie number stuff? Jeez. What's these tracks, man? I'm going through all the various tracks that I got for the from Humble Bundles. Some of them are pretty bad. Enjoying 3D so much? Hell yeah. I mean, you know, it's hard to go back to lame-o non-3D stuff, you know what I'm saying? 15-3. How goes whatever you're building? I guess I saw it, but my brain right now is... I have bad health. The bad health like, causes pain all the time. It makes me think poorly. Yes. Attack damage, variance, and I just need these two. Does anyone even use that? I can never go back to non-3D things. Because I can just go boop and drop things in the world and they're just there. Just boop, there they are. Boop, there it is. Oh, that's right, you were doing the puzzle game. The essentially an escape room style thing. Only more horror. I had to think about it for a second, my brain does not work. Rich and Graham got its bullet yesterday. Listen, I wasn't gonna say anything. I heard nothing. What you're talking about? I think it's the why not both meme, right? Why not both? It's attack damage, attack variance. I'm just already jumping anyway, so I only need just the basic attack. It's the same thing. We'll just call this air attack, I guess. And 3. Beep burp. Beep burp. The hell is this truck? I feel like I'm awake now. That was nice of it. Why? Oh, it was on a good soundtrack. What is bothering me with Godot 3D is the lighting. Stuff looks a bit junky. Maybe I've not fiddled with enough. I've heard things about the lighting in Godot. It's... One day it'll be better at it. One day. That's what I'm told anyway. I don't know when that one day is, you understand, but one day. I'm told Unity isn't particularly good in lighting either, so for 3D. Meanwhile, UI's just like people bitch about UE, but it's got a lot of lighting options. Stuff do be looking good with a whole lot less effort. Hell yes. Yeah, it's exactly why I did Unreal. Well, that and Blueprints. And GeoBrushes and the like too. That was pretty helpful as well. There's a lot of reasons that I use it. But the lighting. Lighting was important. In my experience, Godot doesn't do a whole lot out of the box for you. But to be fair, I haven't used it in a long time. I only briefly messed with it when I first started. There was like no documentation whatsoever, and their 3D was... I don't think Godot 4 was even out at the time. I don't know what they're on now, but I remember Godot 4 brought a lot of 3D stuff to the market. Just, it didn't have before. Like, it had stuff, but it wasn't the same. it was a lot less. It's like, oh, just saying. Just saying. Just saying. But I did watch Thomas Brush have an interview with some UE dev who I think was like not in doing the any kind of programming, because the guy didn't know anything about Unreal at all. And Brush was saying how much he hated lighting in Unity and how many problems when he could barely have any lights, and it was just a big, huge thing. And I felt like more like he was interviewing himself than the other guy. I'm just like, damn, man. I didn't realize you had it so bad. It seems terrible. 0 out of 10. Why would you do this to yourself? Hear me out. Why you do this? Why do this? And I don't know why he did this. I think because he thought it's just what he always used, so, you know, it was easier just to stick with what he used, and that's fair. I thought trying it was like 3. I think in 3D was not a thing, basically, so yeah. Yeah. When I showed up to Unity, I tried it first, and I was like, this is a pain to figure out, and I don't like it at all, but then I tried Godot, and I was like, you know, Unity wasn't so bad. Because like I say, this was before Godot 4. 3D was real bad, and I was like, oh god, what am I looking at here? With no documentation, it was really hard to figure out what was even going on. Especially because it came from like RPG Maker to that, and had only messed with Unity a bit, so I wasn't exactly knowledgeable about Unity. Meanwhile, Yui's like, you just put the thingy in the level. Boop. I'm like, oh, I like that. Then I had to make it all hard with open world levels like an idiot. UE4 was very friendly. You did have to bake your lighting though. That did kind of suck. But it ran way the hell faster. Way the hell faster. And looked very similar. Now Godot gets a lot of updates for 3D stuff, each minor version. In addition, the stencil buffers allowed me to make the toilet flushable. While I was rinsing when you flush the toilet and takes the shape of the bowl. Oh, nice. I need to figure out how to do that in Unreal, but I don't want to look at the materials, because I know you can do it with materials. After all, I've seen that fluid flux thing where the water just goes down the landscape and does whatever, and I don't know what kind of voodoo magic does that, but it's the good shit. That's all I gotta say. It's the good shit. I'll take it. It's real good. Like, hear me out. It's real good. I'm just gonna copy these directly out of there. I try to merge all this crap together so it's not a convoluted mess. It's been for a while. These are the little shitty tutorial ones. Let's call this a tutorial Stitch Rudy. Yeah, but you could. I was so sad because I was going to have flushable toilets in mine, but the model doesn't have the little handle is part of the model, like it doesn't move. So I was like, really? Really, guys? You made the what if someone wanted to flush it? What am I supposed to do? Why do I want the people to be able to flush it? I don't know. You can turn the faucets on and off. Water comes out. It's jank. It's not like, you know, any kind of fluid sim or anything. To be fair, it doesn't really need to be. If I was gonna do fluid sim, I would do the bigger area, like the big water. I could, but I don't want to spend that kind of time on an effect that's, you know, not particularly useful. Like, it's one thing to invest a bunch of time into something that actually matters, but I already don't think this game will get done on time. Basically, I think that if I have to open Blender, it's just something I'm not ever going to do in this project. That's kind of where I'm at on it, I think. But yeah, definitely cap on that for certain. I might learn the modeling tools built into Unreal at some point. Maybe. I'm going to try my damnedest to never need them. I don't want to make it myself at all. Nah, man, nah. What's up here? Why is this even a thing? All the enemies are getting standardized, so I have to go through every single one of them and do the things like that. I mean, you can refuse to use them if you want, but I'm gonna let you in a little secret. The player doesn't care. I mean, think about it. You enter a bathroom in a game. You click on the faucet. Did you notice that that faucet was used in some other game? That countertop. Is it suspect? Have you seen it in another game? That window. Like, I get the desire to want to hand make everything, but God, game dev takes so long. I really like to pick and choose my battles on that one. I think if I was making a shorter game, I'd probably be more likely to make some things myself. I mean, I do make some things, but I've made over like 700 items for this game. Not including when I just jam together parts to make enemies. If that counts as making an enemy, then I made those too. But otherwise, like, I was just going through this big old list of things like that, and like this thing here, I don't know how many things are in here. It was like static mesh, something like that. There's 403 here I made for it. The environment, there's like another 393. I guess I didn't make a couple of these. I didn't make those ones there. But I made all this stuff because I needed various shapes to make things. I kept making all this stuff. And I made a whole bunch of Poppet's weapons, which aren't even in here, and assorted items and stuff too. So I've probably made like 1,000 different things for the game. But there's a lot of thousands of things I didn't make. I make simple stuff. I can make it fast. Because a lot of things, like, especially for the building, I need specific stuff. It's not because it was used somewhere else. It's because I have a specific image on my mind for some things. And I went to look exactly like the image. Well, that's fair. That's one of the entire process of creation. The process is great. You go to Fab, and you get whatever is free for the month. And then you go, is any of this cool? And if it is, you add it to your game. It's the creation process. Sometimes you go to Humble Bundle and you give them a little bit of money. If you like something that goes in the game. That's how it works, right? 100%? Well, that's why you go to the limited time free stuff here. I mean, look at this cool stuff. Really? Really? Here I'm trying to show this and you move it? Wow. Like, I was tempted to use one. They actually have this in pieces. It's the kit bash stuff, so you can see all the things for it. And they just put the models together to show you, but you can get all the little pieces in there and stuff. And it's like, ooh. Free stuff. Free. Unfortunately, it's a little too far ahead in era for what I was thinking. So I'm probably not going to use it, but still. Free. A lot of crap. I mean, I like just how weird these look. I'm not gonna lie. I'm tempted to find a way to use them just cause it's like, oh, the game is 10 years in the future. It does look kind of cool though. I'm just saying. There's so much stuff. But yeah. Should always get the free stuff. It's normally 250 bucks. Or this Dwarven City environment, which was not as cool, I think. But, you know, maybe you want to do a Dwarven City. I don't know. There's a lot of free stuff on Fab. There's stuff for Unity on Fab. I don't know if this works. I mean, you could probably use the stuff in Godot, too. I don't know. Light generator. I don't need this, obviously. It's actually, you can just do this kind of in there, but maybe not. You know, LED lights. It's cool. It's cool. No blendering and texturing also. That's fair. But I mean, free stuff. Yeah, I don't see one specifically for those. I don't know how close Godot is to Unity for assets. I always thought those two were like one was kind of like the free open source version of the other, and then I found out that's just not true. Yeah, you know, whatever. Their stuff is just not actually attached to anything. You just go, oh yeah, and you just mark free products. And there's lots of them. There's like 611 free materials and textures. But to be fair, a lot of them are set up for UE, so. Bunch of formats, that's fair. Well, there's a lot of stuff that's not actually tied to anything on this, so you can kind of import them and it sort of works. Yeah. But I mean, it's a pretty good resource for just free things. Because I don't really have any money either. It's not like streaming's making me the big bucks, if you know what I'm saying. My trash health makes it hard to stream consistently. Or work consistently. Be healthy, don't be unhealthy. This is my advice to everybody. Yes. Highly recommend collecting free things from Fab. Do it. Get the free stuff. It's worth it. It's so worth it. Man, this task is boring. I think I just copied the bites because they're like really close to identical. And then I just dump in whatever extra. Change some names. Yeah, that's fair. Also, my mouse about to run out of battery. 1 second. Yeah. Pretty much right after Twitch decided to crack down on everyone who was a lurker, my traffic like halved or something. Because they stopped counting people who didn't like interact at all. So if someone just wasn't a talker, Twitch didn't care anymore. And I was like, really? That's like everyone in the entire game dev space. Like, what are we talking here? Most people don't chat in these streams. So I was like, that sucks. They might have relaxed that a little bit recently because I was testing it. That's the thing, Helm Victor. Like, people aren't certain, but everyone's numbers like halved or something, and they started saying that it didn't really count, and I definitely saw a huge drop when they're just like, they count, but then they don't count, and the traffic like halved or something. Then the people will be there, so they'll be like, I think no one's there. And then someone will talk, and it's like, but Twitch says like no one's watching. And then an ad will run, and then they'll be like, there's 13 people watching, and then the ad's over, and it's like, there's 4 people watching. It's like, confused. You heard about that? For me, nothing changed. That's fair. Yeah, it's weird. They've done some changes that are just strange. So it definitely makes it where it's like, well, you know, if there's lots of people watching, I always am much more energized to stream more. But if they don't count the people and I think no one's watching, I'm like, well, then I should probably just wait till the day where more people are watching to stream. Confuses the crap out of me. Yeah, the count spikes. It's like, it's weird. I don't understand what they're doing, but I know they're trying to kill their platform off and they're doing a fantastic job, but man, there's some weird crap going on there. I forgot what the thing was. There was like an all-time for Twitch. Looking for a little bit, just waking up. Good morning. How's it going? Going pretty good. Just doing my thing. I gotta go through every enemy and press all their crap together because right now it's hard to keep track of everything, and I want to level them up whenever they like have them have variety of levels. They can have different numbers on their things, but if their stats are all over the place, I can't easily level them up. I'm doing that. Not saying pay attention that much anymore. No, that's fair. Like I say, sometimes I'm just super into it, but you know, it's like, okay, well, if there's like, you know, 15 or more people watching, then I'm much more likely to stream extra hours kind of thing. If there's like only like 4 or 5, then I'll probably go, you know, I'm more likely to end the stream quicker, right? And I mean, there's people on YouTube and Kick and everything as well, but you know, the more watching, it's just the encouragement is there, and that kind of changed around then. So now I definitely noticed my stream time has gone way down when I saw that. It's just like, well, I could, but 12-hour stream, do I really want to stream 12 hours if there's almost no one watching? Not really. I mean, if I'm super into something, sure, but if I'm doing something boring like I'm doing now, it gets harder to want to do it for certain. But I wanted to include some kind of leveling system, essentially, or progression, so I gotta change all this crap to do that. That is weird enemy attack power crap and whatever. Yeah, I know watch dev streams, just people I know you can chat. Exactly. I actually don't watch dev streams for the most part either, unless I just want to chat. That's because it's... Unless they're doing something visual, it's really hard to even understand what's going on. Even if I know the engine, it doesn't matter because I don't know the entire thing they're building, so it's like, unless they're talking through it, and even if they're talking through it, yeah, like... That's why whenever I get like a big raid, I would just play the game. That was the strategy. Like say every time I got an Adam C Units raid, when I mean, wonderful man that he is. It would just be the only time I would just play the whole game, everything I had, because he'd raid you with like some gross number of people, and it's like, right, this is the best thing I got to keep people around. That's the only time I ever played through Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 as I had them. Just straight up, I think the stream just became play the game for the next 4 to 5 hours. Because he rated me with like 184 people once. But otherwise, like, designing levels kind of keeps people around. Coding does not. Coding is terrible. But there's some streamers who, like, people just show up in droves, and all they're doing is this really boring coding. I don't understand at all why they show up. I occasionally look at the streams going, but what are you doing that makes people show up to this? I don't understand. You're not talking. You're just typing out code too. Why are they here? Why are they always here? I don't understand the internet. Just ran looking around the category, and there's a dude who was just doing stuff in C#. I think probably had like 20 viewers. Nobody did nothing. You know what I really think it is? I think it's just viewbotting. Because they said that they were basically cracking down on a lot of the lurkers, is what they found, but the viewbotters seem to just get away scot-free. So I really think that's what's happening. It's just they don't go after view botters because they realize that most of the traffic on Twitch is view bots and not actually real people. And I think that in August they realized that because they were going to go after the botters, but then their traffic as a site tanked so much, losing something around like 74% of the watch time for that month, that they pulled back on it. Whole read the bio thing. But I mean, here's the thing like that. You can see the viewership for the year. The entire site, you know, Twitch is like 2.46 million at the start of 2025. Now they're at 1.85 million. That's huge. That site's lost like 25% of its overall traffic. You can see where that, and like, here's where they started attacking the bots. I think right here, you see it drop by 0.19 million, and then they stop. They're like, uh-oh, that's huge. And I mean, the whole site's been on a downward trend, you know, because when it was in COVID, it was like prime, like, look at this, we're so cool. In 2021, it was way up here, and now we're like way down here. Yeah, they're paying for nothing. I think they're paying for nothing now. I really think that most of the big people are pure view bots, and that Twitch can't go after them because if they do, then their stock will crash, because people will think, oh, nobody's really watching the site, it's all fake. So they can't do it, so they have to let them do it, which then means the ads are run to nobody. Then the advertisers see no gain for doing that because they're like, well, nobody buys the product, these ads aren't effective, so they start paying less for ads on here. So it's like, and then Twitch pays us less, and so it's like, this is terrible. What a terrible plan. So I'm kind of watching it going, you know, this site is on the way down. Supposedly Kick is on the way up, but in my experience, not a lot of people really are on Kick for at least game dev. Like, I mean, maybe. I'm just writing these numbers down so I can find them later. Without having to variance 6, huh? I gave these a variance? I guess I did. Because around for a long time, Salvation. I mean, their numbers are getting huge. One month they actually had more traffic than Twitch. They were happy to announce it all over social media. So I know XQC has 5.6K because apparently he's one of the recommendeds. Yeah. Well, Kick might go after the V-bots. I don't know. Yeah, he's right here. XQC, these ones are. Trainwreck's got 7.8. So Slots and Casino does really well in this particular thing. These people who've raided me. I've had 2 raids. Well, 7's raided me twice, actually. Hinsberg's just, you know, on there volume to help out there. Yeah. I'm on Kick, I'm on YouTube, just streamed all of them. The theory is that you build an audience on all of them, and on the short term it's bad because, you know, you get you divide your audience. On the long term, in theory, you reach a wider audience. At least that's the theory. We shall see how true it holds, but I mean, might as well try it. So far, it's been slow going. But to be fair, I have terrible health, so that really doesn't help. Yeah, I don't have a Facebook. I thought about streaming on X. I do have a premium account. I'm testing it for exactly 1 month to see if the reply boost makes a difference, right? So that when you reply with your things, you get put at the top. So every time I reply to somebody and they have like something where they're like, you know, recommend your thing, you get put higher up in the rankings, so people are more likely to see your stuff. And you just reply to everybody who asks. But now technically I could do that. So these are all for Screenshot Saturday, but that just technically began here. So I'll let people know how it goes on that one. It's an interesting thing. I might as well try, because I need wish lists, right? Because I only have 97. And streaming kind of capped off on the number of wish lists. I think it's been about like 94 or something is how many wish lists I got off from streaming. And then after that, it's basically never been any more wish lists, or they're very unusual. And that's not fast enough. You need more wish lists than that for a game to be successful of this size. So I'm looking elsewhere to get some more. I figure I need 10K for my game to not be considered a failure. But I think my connection's strong enough to go to X as well, so I could set it up. Team for game devs, there should not be a target audience. It makes sense? Yeah. Well, the problem though is on X, what I'm starting to question is if those people are just, if they're just wishlisting you because they're there to pump numbers and not interest. So it's like, am I really reaching like, you know, players, or am I reaching only game devs? Because I don't want to reach game devs. I mean, for streaming purposes, sure, I guess, but for purposes of trying to get people interested in the game, I think that the real thing that's going to decide everything will be when I release the like I like do the alpha playtest of like the first area for people just to try it out, and I like have like a limited playtest and see who's interested in that, and then each of the like, you know, public playtests after that before I get to an actual demo will hopefully build wish lists. Like if that doesn't work, like if people playing the game itself can't do it, then what am I even doing here, right? That's my theory. What am I even doing? Yeah. Spin attack, sure. Maybe. But the problem is a lot of ads are just fake. Like they don't really show to anybody. So it's like, cool, but is that really doing anything for me? Probably not. We'll have to see. If your game isn't, you know, cool enough in people's mind to, you know, actually want to play it, like by seeing it, then I don't know. It seems kind of questionable. Also, at the same time, I don't have a lot of money, so you know, like I don't have a budget. I have a me who has poor health. So it takes forever to get things done. It's like, this was a terrible plan. I should have had someone who wasn't a me. They would have been way better at it. Yeah, well then you also tend to get banned from a lot of them too. Because you're just spamming. If you're not part of a community, then it's not particularly valuable to do that, you know? That's like when people come into my Discord and all they ever do is post an advertisement and they don't ever talk. How many people ever go to, like, you know, these various ad things and look at them? Like, I mean, maybe they do, but I kind of think they don't. I know there's one person who does it daily, and it's just like, cool, but I think, you know, after the first couple of times, no one's ever going to look again. I've always wondered about the Discord advertisers. It was just like, I'm advertising Discord. It's like, but why? Why would you do this? I don't understand. That's fair. I had it because it seemed like, you know, I want people to be able to promote what they're doing, but I don't want just, you know, people who literally that's all they've ever done. But that being said, it's not like I'm kicking them out or anything. I just really question how much value they're going to get out of it. I mean, how many people really are looking, but maybe everyone's looking. Maybe I'm the weirdo. Maybe. How'd this one even do damage? Does this even do anything? Oh. It's more like it uses this one than anything else. Gotta have to add in leveled everything. I'll probably have to go back and adjust a bunch of these again later. Thankfully, only like the first 10 enemies are going to really be used in the first test anyway, besides the bosses, so it's not that bad. But it is dull. Actually, I just have a couple left for this one, and then I'll have to do... Well, I can do the other chapter ones too, I guess. I'm trying to standardize. But yeah, I haven't quite mastered the whole promo thing. The thing I'm trying to do right now is post once a day. Like on YouTube, post a thing a day. On X, post a thing a day. Because this person did a video saying that, you know, they just posted random crap every day and just showed how much their traffic changed each day. And after a while, the YouTube algorithm just picks you up because you just slopped enough crap on there that it doesn't even care. I was like, huh. So should I be doing this? But the real important thing is what it does is it creates a whole bunch of, like, I'll get a bunch of clips together, and then at some point I can make a trailer for the game out of it, because I haven't made a trailer yet. I just have, like, you know, a sort of game clips on the Steam thing, which is probably not helping. So, you know, after I do this thing for 60 days, like the person recommended, that is 60 clips of the game that I can easily make a trailer out of. And I'll get much better at advertising things too. So it's a training session. But I am so far below the number of wish lists I'd like to have that... The batteries are running out of this one already? Really? 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 Here's... I'll let everyone know how it goes on the the spamming ad thingy on YouTube and Twitch. Like YouTube, I just take a clip of the game and just turn it into a short and just post it. I don't know why anybody watches shorts. It's literally a idiocracy. They just spam garbage at you and you just eat it up, kind of thing. But that clip of that game that I put in short mode, where you lose like, I don't know, 60% of the screen, gets more views than, like, you know, a whole week worth of streams on it. Eventually I'll have a demo. There's no reason to put a demo out quickly, apparently. What I've been apparently found out for the various Steam marketer people is they say that you can have a playtest game that you put out. You can do as many playtests as you want, and the playtests tend to get the same type of traffic as a demo. Except for nobody expects it to be completed because it's just like a playtest. It's not that. So you can do a whole bunch of those, but when you have your demo release, and then your demo release, you get like the bump in traffic each time over and over and over from Steam. So I'll eventually have a demo, but there's apparently no reason to have a demo quickly. It's one of those attack with weapon thingies. Or at least that's what I've apparently found out. Source of force viewed, like you scroll, get random stuff recommended, and it counts. Yeah, exactly. That's why I say it's idiocracy. It's you're just literally, you know, a piggy eating the slop at that point. And it's adorable to watch, so people don't realize that's essentially what they are. I don't understand how anyone could watch that crap, but they do. They just whatever they're fed, just by the algorithm. They don't even care. So, you know, my short gets 300 to 700 views, and all it was I took a clip of the game and just enlarged it so you can't see the sides. Fantastic. What a viewing experience. And I could not do that. I could try to make it quality. But if they're going to watch it no matter how crap it is, who cares? Right? If it's only quantity that matters and quality is irrelevant, what does it matter? Why waste the time to make a good short when you could just put some crap in front of them? And once I started looking at it like that, just the piggies will eat the slop. It's really how I view it. You put the slop in front of the piggy, they're going to eat it. They don't care. It doesn't matter to them. It's like, okay. And now whenever I see someone watching shorts, I just imagine a piggy just going, I'm just eating it up and snorting it up. Suddenly shorts make so much more sense in my mind. My opinion of the person watching them is falling apart, but okay. I've never seen a good short in my life, so to be fair, I don't know how anyone can even watch them. They're so stupid, but it's the same shape as my phone screen. That's why I watch it. Oh, okay. Fantastic. So I'm testing out the piggy strategy. Feed the piggies. Yes. They are hungry. They said the same thing on X's, you know, it's no different. Scrolling on X is the same thing, same concept. You're just like, oh, look, whatever the algorithm feeds me, there's no difference. Did you favorite something? Oh, cool, it's going to send you more of that because it knows you like that. It just wants you to be happy. No, it only wants you to keep viewing. It actually doesn't care if you're happy. In fact, if it makes you angry, you're just as likely to view as not because, you know, it feeds you a bunch of things that give rage bait, and it's like, watch there, dude. So, what? My biggest regret with game dev is that I have to associate with social media in general. It's outright. Just, yeah, it's really that simple. I need attack damage. Oh, I just need these numbers. Just 10. Right. I mean, if I could convince a publisher, sure, but the problem is you gotta have something pretty spicy to convince a publisher in this day and age. Like, if I'd shown up during the golden age when they were just shoveling money everywhere, it'd have been a different story. But I was having worse health problems during that, so it kind of just didn't work out in my favor. You know, it is what it is. Even now, I solve the health problems, so it's like, well, it is what it is. You're just gonna live that way. That's just your life now. Yeah, I gotta convince him. That's why I didn't bother with the mega grant this time. I'm going to apply for the next one, but I realized that if someone had put forth what I had in front of them, there's no world they would have said yes, because I wouldn't have said yes. So it's like, add AI in the title? Yeah, I mean, I'm doing it wrong. I really am. If I really want to do well in the views right now, I should be just doing AI everything. Because it's, again, as we're establishing, it's not about quality. It's about quantity. And as a human, you could never do more quantity than an AI. It's that simple. because YouTube rewards frequency, not, you know, quality. So you just crap out like an AI song, AI song compilations. Every month you could have an AI song compilation that's like an hour long, and you spent, I don't know, an hour making it. Well, you didn't make it, the AI made it, but who cares? Because you get to put it up as your video. Oh yeah, the anime 2D thing where everyone is just a VTuber. And it's like, cool, great, neat. But yeah, you know, it's just, that's how it is. I mean, that's what sells. Let's be real here. Would I rather stare at a cute anime chick than my own face all day? Yes. Why? Because, well, I don't really want to look at a guy all day. It's true. I'm gonna let you a little secret. It's not usually what I would look at. It's fine, but you know, it's not really what I would look at. But to be fair, I also don't watch any VTubers either because I don't care. It's like they're not doing anything I'm interested in is the issue, I think. Wait, what am I doing here? It's just usability. This is called attack. It does all the other information there. That was the whole point of this, is that it didn't need to do all this crap. Yeah. Shows a black screen viewer to look at themselves. Yeah, I mean, you know. I get the feeling that would probably actually sell pretty well. Just for the memes alone. There's always trolls out there, and trolls love that. I mean, to be 100% fair, you know, Asmongold's still the most popular streamer and on like Twitch and everything, and he's not exactly the kind of person I'd want to look at all day. I'm just saying, you know, if we're only going to go by looks, probably not. I think he'd agree with me. So content does matter. That's true. It's just, you know... Yeah, content matters, but... He's in the right thing to be in. The political sphere, where everyone wants to watch that crap. And I'm in the wrong one to be in. Game dev, where nobody even understands what I'm doing. One of these things makes no sense whatsoever to do, by the way. I think I covered it with it makes no difference what I'm doing. But you know, in case you didn't catch it, no one can really tell. Yeah, see, yeah. I'm gonna get the items from this one here. Do you not drop items? That's weird. You should drop items. Yeah, it's exactly it. But I mean, haven't you noticed? He's essentially the algorithm. He's just telling you what you want to hear. But every political one is exactly that. Pick the one that fits your ideology, and then they're basically saying what you want to hear. That's it. They're a living, breathing algorithm. Nice, correct? You know, drama and snowballs? Happens to me. I mean, you know. You want drama, basically, because it gets people interested, because people are hunting for drama. Meanwhile, I'm just like, I just want to make my game. I didn't arrive at the game dev sphere with the mindset of being a streamer or an influencer. And it shows because, you know, my entire plan is to make my damn game. My incredibly complicated strategy of make my damn game and hope it sells well. Become an influencer so I can sell the dumb game, because otherwise I can't. Yeah, see, yeah. That's pretty much it. I don't know if I changed this struct to say that name or not. Most of these aren't even named correctly. Isn't that terrible? But I don't pay enough attention to what's even going on in the world to care that much about all that other things they talk about. So it's like, cool, great, but okay. Like, whatever. You know what? I want to talk politics all day. Good God. Though I guess if I was paid as much as Asmongold, I would talk politics all day. Sure, man. It'd be worth it. I don't think I'd do game dev ever again at that point, because the money he gets paid is disgusting. I'd pay someone else to make the game, I guess. Kind of take the fun out of it, though. But definitely doing it wrong. As they say, doing it wrong. So the stats to 15. He doesn't have abilities. I can give him a health variance. Why not? Yeah, well, I mean, that's just it. Like, because, you know, someone will make a video and he'll just react to the video talking about whatever's going on, and that's what people want to hear about. So reacting is super easy because you literally, someone else just does the content and you just, you know, maybe throw in your 2 cents. But half the reactors I've ever noticed, they will literally just sit there and go, oh my God, oh no, whatever. And it's just like, it's terrible. What are we gonna do? There's these big, huge reactions. They never say anything of content. I'll give Asmon some credit. He does voice his opinions on stuff. That is true. He's not like Sniper Wolf or something who just literally doesn't do anything. I've seen clips of what she does, like, when you don't even react. What are we even doing here? You just get paid to put someone else's video on? God, I'm doing it wrong. Why did I do that? Just put someone else's video on with me in the corner. Meanwhile, here I am getting copyright claimed for stuff I purchased the rights to use. And they're just using someone's entire other video. Make it make sense? I got a copyright claim yesterday because I showed the trailer for Hugo, the movie, muted. I got a visual copyright for showing the trailer. The thing you're supposed to advertise, the stupid movie. Oh, yeah. The women who just, you know, rely on their bodies and all that. Yeah. And they find all these ways like that. Do yourself a fun one. Don't do this anywhere that's public, by the way. On YouTube, look up transparent clothing cleaning. It's a meta thing. It's just straight up porn. There's so many of them. It's like, oh, I'm going to show you the proper way to clean this. Lady has like the most transparent clothing possible, and it's the shortest thing possible. She bends over, showing her backside of the camera. It's just completely exposed, and you're like, this is on YouTube. Everyone who's watching, take a moment right now to look this up. Trust me. You'll get a laugh at how much is there. You don't gotta even watch the videos. You can just see how many results come up, and that's enough to go, oh my God, what the hell? I forgot which person mentioned that. I was just like, wait, what? Holy crap. But it's instructional, so it's fine. It's not porn because they're cleaning. I guess YouTube views it that way. I don't know. Bunch of kids that come, of course there is. Let's be real here. You're an adult. It's not hard to find porn on the internet. You don't have to go watch, you know, some ghetto porn on YouTube. But their parents are going to look up, you know, their video history or something, if they even have parents who care, and they're going to see videos about cleaning. Like, my kid's interested in cleaning things. And it's just porn. But, like, it's so dumb. It's like, really? So yeah, I got a chuckle out of that. I just laughed. I was like, okay, Sure, buddy. I might just call these here because I don't want to do any more of them right now. I still have the other ones to do, but it's so boring. Just gotta take a bio break real fast. Drink a whole bunch of water, and it's winning the fight. Back. Feel free to, you know, do research when I'm gone to see that it really is a thing on YouTube. Right back. Linkage, pretty much, yeah. Hopefully everyone did research. There's always a new meta on YouTube. I don't know what the metas usually are. One of the little like newscaster people or whatever, people offering their opinions mentioned it. And I was like, wait, what? It's like I say, you're an adult. If you really want to go see porn, it's not hard to find. You're gonna get a lot better than some lady, you know, in transparent clothing trying to bend over and clean something to give you a little bit of a peek, okay? Like, wait, what? That's what you're hoping for? Damn. I'm sure that's someone's fetish, but get a better fetish. Like, wait, what? Take that, whoever's had that fetish. Totally kink shaming here on that one. Oh, I know there is. There's always people with fetishes. Maybe I'll make some new abilities or something. I'm kind of bored of doing all this stat crap. Or I can rework the library. I was trying to do all the stuff that I was going to use for the release of the game, for the first playtest area, which means it's just up to Patrick. But man, I've been hard at this stuff for a while. But yeah. The internet's a fun place. By fun, I mean, it's actually not that fun these days. It's way worse than it used to be. There's a lot more cool things to discover back in the day. Now it's kind of all homogenized into a handful of locations where you spend most of your time. And they just feed you slop. You know, see, I have a new system I added in my game where like it shows like you can have more abilities than normal. I was gonna like, as you gain cards, I was gonna level up and do that. And that's what started this whole me having to adjust the enemies' levels and stuff like that. As Poppet gets levels. To be fair, I've only been at it for I think like 2 days, and I redid all the stuff for Poppet the other 2 days, and this stuff was like not that long. I do got a fun new thing though. Where you at, enemy? You go. You impale the enemy, and then the enemy is yours to play with. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Where's another enemy? Come here. I'll bash you with him. Ha ha ha. Why aren't you dead? I guess I broke that when I was updating their stats. Well, that was a good thing to test. Technically, this can kill them, though, because the effect destroys them when you've hit the enemies enough of them. Okay, so apparently 0 health doesn't kill them anymore. Oh, he died there. Did he? I mean, he's definitely dead as far as health. He doesn't have 56 health. But yeah, you can increase her level to some gross number, and then she does way more damage. 500, 1,000, you know, and like... Alright, so the enemy's not dying correctly. I knew there'd be errors when I redid all this, so I knew it was going to happen. I'm trying to remove this from the game because there's like 2 different systems that I have set up to use the abilities, and it's confusing. I don't need to. But this was the previous one, and this is the new, better one. Actually, it's target damage, I think. I don't know. Maybe? I have a 1080 sitting around here to test on. So once I have the game in a reasonable state, I'll package it and test it. On like a really crappy computer. Basically, it's my previous computer before I upgraded to this one. And that'll let me know if the game can run passably well on that. I mean, to be fair, there's going to be a lot of optimization between here and there. So it's not like it's the... Not like I'm going to see the best FPS initially, but... The game gets 60 to 70 FPS when I'm not streaming and recording on, you know, my 3060 Ti. And my 6700 XT, both cards can get it to that. So I know that generation can do it. I don't have a 2000 series NVIDIA card to test with, so it's really just I can test the 1000 series. But the big problem is hardware ray tracing. If I can find a way to not need that, I'll do it. But the problem right now is that the game basically needs megalights, and megalights can use software ray tracing, but it's heavy. So it might be too heavy. Oh yeah. I'm not making a game for people who can't afford to buy my game. And that's how it is. They're like, well, most of the world... Yeah, well, most of the world's not going to be able to afford to probably buy the game anyway, even in whatever thing like that, because if they can't afford a computer that can run it, then... Like, if you're still stuck on something worse than a 1080... Damn, man. Really? Really? And you expect my game to run on your thing? But this game made like 1 million years ago by 300 people with hundreds of millions of dollars runs on it. I'm talking about the Batman games, if you didn't know. And they were just like, those games work. Yes, they had their own engine. They had hundreds of people, millions of dollars. They were able to optimize it to work on your crappy little thing. Do that. Does it run on a fridge? It totally runs on a fridge if you put your PC on top of the fridge. Hear me out. You can also put your PC in the fridge to use to cool it off. And then it runs in the fridge too. Game is both on top of fridge and inside of fridge certified. What is this track? Man, some of these things are just the worst. I think I'm gonna delete everything that says ambience. This is like Japanese ambience. I don't do Japanese ambience. No. Yeah, parts of the game runs on a fridge. The fridge is used as a monitor, and the game itself runs on a PC. Yeah, perfect. See, 10 out of 10. My target audience is the kind of people who can... it's more likely an enthusiast. I realize I don't get to target as many people that way, but... I'm gonna aim for the people I suspect will be able to run it and then see if I can bring that number down. I've done a huge amount to optimize it, but there is just a limit to my skills, for certain. Why is... This should be here, right? Yeah. It's on with the remaining number. Yeah. I think the first version will not run on as weak of a computer as later versions. Also, there's an ad running. Why am I even talking? Oh my god. Stupid ads. Okay, the ad came off. Okay. Okay. I need a better ad block for it because the ad block I have didn't really work. I'm just using Brave Browser. It blocks ads on YouTube. Anyone watching on YouTube, feel free to, you know, use Brave Browser to just auto block everything that any ads you're seeing. It's not like YouTube pays me for the ads anyway. Block them all. Do I care? Hear me out. I don't give a crap. Fair enough. I should probably do that. Twitch is pretty unwatchable with the ads anyway. Why aren't you dead? I love that noise, friend. You never hear it. Because they just die in one shot usually. But it's pretty funny. Once they level up, you'll hear it. Yeah. I know at one point YouTube started getting annoyed at the various ad block thingies and started giving warnings and things like that, and I haven't really done much with it since. But I might institute another ad blocker. I used to do Twitch Turbo to try to support people, but man, I don't watch Twitch hardly at all. Like, I mean, I show up to talk to people who are cool periodically, and that's kind of it. Like, I don't watch game dev or anything. I'm too busy. I work a regular job in this. You think I have time to sit there and watch people's streams? Maybe on the weekend when I'm working to sell things sometimes online, but that's about it. Of course, lately I haven't had a lot of work, so I've had more free time. It's a bit unhealthy, so it's helped. Blocking videos, now blocks just that. Nice, nice. I should get the other ad block too, just double them up on old Brave, and then I'll be pretty golden. I won't have to worry about dealing with it. I like to support people on the streams and all that, but at the same time, like I said, I'm not even watching them. A lot of it comes down to how many ads are involved. I knocked my ads down to 3 minutes per hour because I didn't want the pre-rolls. And then people were complaining about pre-rolls anyway, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Why are you getting pre-rolls? I don't understand. I want the macro. Ya jerks.
Turn the lights off.
Turn the lights off. Oh no. What a weird thing to say. Same amount of pre-rolls happening if you have 2 minutes per hour. Yeah, like they said at 3 you're supposed to not get them anymore. I would run basically no ads otherwise. Like I don't even care anymore. I don't even know I'm monetized on Twitch. I don't think it's worth it. I think it just hurts the other audience growth at this point. It's not like they pay real money. They pay a little, but I think every, you know, couple months I get like 60 or 70 bucks from them because I probably get like $30 to $40 a month from that. When I was streaming like 150 hours or something a month, I was getting around that. I'm like, well, you know, I don't really want to stream this amount. That seems like a lot. When I'm not even, you know, gaining anything out of it either. Like I want to work on the game, I do, but it's a lot of time, man. If I didn't have the other job too, I wouldn't mind at all. I like streaming, I do, but man, I just end up exhausted all the time. And then my health gets worse. And then I drop off streaming for a while and the cycle continues. So I've just dealt back to like maybe like 120 hours a month or something. Like, because I don't care as much. Like it's still fine, but wait. How is negative? Why is there a negative there? You can screen this, please. What am I looking at here? Something seems a little off. Oh. Here's a fun one for you. I found a good use for AI. So you go over here like this, and now I have I went and AI'd a bunch of my emojis. I gotta do some other ones too because it's fun. And I did them in Ghibli style. I have it on this screen because you can't see the gigantified stuff on the other ones. I love how this one came out. I have one where she's not bouncing too, but I was just messing with it. I was like, this is great. Some like early on ones didn't come out as well. Like this one I don't think came out quite as well. It actually came out okay. She looks kind of young in it, but you can do it for free if it's your channel. If it's not your channel, obviously it's sad. And this one came out terrible because it was one of the earliest ones. Took me a while to get her skin right. It got way better later on. Early ones. You only allowed to do 10 a day, so it kind of capped out. I should have done more, but I didn't. You understand? I never tried it in mine. Does that assume it would cost money? Yeah. Well, someone showed me it doesn't, and I was like, okay, so I thought it would too, and I was like, I don't want to pay money for this feature. Yep. They were kind of fun. So now I'm going to give all of them, because the other ones are... They just don't look as nice, really. It's just... The simple nature of them is that they're just too detailed, and it's just a picture of her face, but they don't have the cartoony feel you want for emojis. So I've been going through and changing them out. I need to do the rest of them. So when it's scary? Oh, the realistic one? Does that mean that they're the one that's like just a picture of her? It's fair. Yeah, like they don't look cute. They don't have the charm. Like she looks okay in the game, but that's a different story. When it's in emoji form, I think it's all the ones I actually did. But yeah. So what you do is just do the rest of them. Yeah. Now you got to Ghibli that too. Eh? Give it the Gibbs. Wait. That should just be here, right? Isn't it backwards? Go to Thomas, the tank engine I took at the store I was working at. I mean, you know, I can get behind it. I mean, Thomas the Tank Engine is terrifying. Did you believe that was a kid's show? Freaking monsters. Now, kids shows back in like the 90s were lit. Oh my god. Some of them were just, what the hell, man? The things they got away with showing kids back then were just Looney Tunes alone is already something you would normally have seen in this day and age. They're dying now, perfect, yeah. Your mouse get yanked to the side by the cord charging it. Ah! Get bashed. I made it work. Oh, that's right. Flying. You save this. Taking photos from toys and adding filters down, make them creepy. The toys look uncanny, especially porcelain dolls. Yes, dolls are amazing. They look so creepy. I can't believe we give little girls those things. But then I realized little girls are also creepy, and then I realized why we give them the dolls is to placate the creepy little things. Feel free to decide which one is the creepy little thing in that. I'm not 100% certain. But I mean, just think about it. In horror, what do we do? Like, dolls are creepy and little girls are creepy in horror. I'm just saying. The number of horror movies that are based upon these two things is so huge. It's just... It's actually, it's corrupted innocence is what it really is. It's not necessarily dolls and children. It's taking something that is normally considered innocent and then putting a sinister spin on it. Give that, you know, wrong sense of wrongness. It comes from basically having, you know, something be the reverse of what it really is. You know, it's like, you know, something is wrong with it, but, you know, in your mind, it shouldn't be anything bad. And that's why, you know, a lot of children's things tend to be used in horror because, you know, like if you show some place where they experimented on children, like, you know, Poppy Playtime or something, you know, and you just start showing like the aftermath of that, people will be like, it's so horrible because they'll think, you know, children are innocent, and then you did this with an innocent thing. So, also, flying, yay! Well, I mean, little girls love those dolls. I don't know why, but to be fair, I'm a guy, so of course I wouldn't know why they like that stuff. Flying is fun. I like the backwards fly. How to get that angle? That angle was fun. Like this. Reclining and flying. I need to get a better flying thing so her legs move. Like a better flying pose. Probably. Ooh. No, gears don't actually move on the back though. I didn't make it, so. I recolored it. It was ugly colored. I guess instead of adjusting the numbers on individual on each thing, I can just go and have them go each of the abilities on their event begin play, find each one and adjust the number by its level. I think that's actually what I should do. It's a lot easier to keep track of. But yeah, I've watched so many things with, you know, creepy children stuff and dolls and things. Because I mean, look what I'm trying to make. I mean, you know. Though this isn't exactly horror specifically, but the concept is, you know, obviously something wrong. Because, you know, you're taking toys and corrupting it, but I can't really make the same level of, you know, polish that the people who can just hand make every single thing can have. Game ain't never getting done if I have to do that. Jesus Christ. So I probably want to do... Like, I'm a pretty big fan of the... Well, I like the second Annabelle movie and the third one. The first one's trash, but the second one was a damn fine horror film, actually. They had so many good moments where they just... They don't show the thing coming for you. They don't... They just keep hinting at something's gonna come, and they get the creep factor going really well. But the thing about horror is as soon as you show the bad guy, it loses all the magic. It's not the same anymore. So they just have a lot of good moments where they're like, something, it seems like it's gonna happen. It's like leading right up to it, and it's like the whole chilling moment, and then if it does, it does in a way that doesn't reveal what it is. It's always interested in how stuff is made. I'm like that, so I had to learn assembly to figure out how a CPU works. That's fair. I need a purpose. If I have a purpose, then I'll learn whatever it takes to get it done. But if I don't have a purpose, then I have no curiosity at all. It's weird. It's just how I am. Essentially, it's obsession. That's what I do. I'm an obsessive person. Hell yeah. Get this. Do this. I have to do like a 4H loop here, basically. Yeah. Go this way. Also, made my own CPU in Minecraft as research CPU architecture. I mean, damn. That's a YouTube video waiting to happen. Hopefully you captured that. Pretty much. And they're gonna have fixated things, yeah. I mean, you know, it's cool to figure out how things work and to just build something. That's a lot of fun. Like, I mean, I'm never unhappy to do these things. So I can see the hyperfixation. 70 upvotes. Oh man. You were swimming in it. Now if you just put an attractive female in the picture blocking half the thing, it'd have been like 700. I'm just saying. You could have been the chosen one. The one who would bring balance to the Reddit. It was your destiny. Balance to the Minecraft Reddit, not all of Reddit. That's... I'm not sure that's... anyone can do that. But, you know. You could have been the one. But you missed your opportunity. Your 15 minutes of Minecraft fame. But now you can AI generate a, you know, cute girl in front of the picture. Like a champion. The ad break going. Well, you don't have an ad break. Fair enough. But... kind of a mess, but I do gotta set this up here, so I want to multiply this up. This will make my life easy. I just need to promote this outright. Be moving variables around like a champion. I did a dumb thing there. Maybe that's how I should be advertising my game. I'm gonna AI generate an attractive female and put her half over every single advertisement for it. Like every single gameplay clip. I might try that just as a joke. You start putting one there and just literally blockading half of it, and you're just like, she's just looking all like, you know, doing the weird sexy things or something like that. Just pretty much. Oh man, now I gotta make a post about adding jiggle physics to my game and just have Poppet bouncing up and down. She does have jiggle physics. They're pretty exaggerated too, to be 100% honest. You couldn't really see him that well, so I was like, nah, man, no. Oh, it's I have to finish out with this. I've considered the VTuber thing with the voice changer 100%. But the thing was, is my computer can't handle it. Like, it's not powerful enough to run OBS, Unreal Engine, a game, and then the VTuber setup as well. With a voice changer, I tried an AI voice changer, it was rough. Instant fame though, man, after I saw a VTuber in the just sleeping category, and all it was her like avatar just doing a sleeping animation. And there was like 40 people watching. I mean, well played. No hate on her for breaking the system on that one. But, damn, man. What am I doing here? Why am I streaming as a human when I could have had a freaking, you know, avatar just sleeping? I literally could just make that my stream whenever I'm not doing. I just loop playthrough of the game with my character sleeping in the corner. So when I'm not streaming, that's all it is. And it just runs the whole time. That could be my just sleeping stream. A little wish list on Steam. And I might do that too. Because you gotta have your person... If you're a human, you have to be sleeping on stream. And that's a pain in the ass. But I mean, I freaking go outside, do whatever I want. Like... There's no advantage to being a human streamer. That's what I'm seeing. Other than I guess people can connect you if they really would prefer to see a person. And, you know, I guess there's something like that. You know, I mean, I don't really connect to someone's, you know, cartoon very well as much as I would if I saw them, for certain. Rule 34 connects to their character a lot better than me, though, I'm sure. Oh boy. I've decided that's how I'll know I've successfully made it as a game dev, if my game starts getting Rule 34'd. Tell me this isn't true. That's a real milestone. Also, I want my game to show up on Games Done Quick, but that's a different milestone that sounds more wholesome. But I know real popularity comes from the fact that, you know, people think that they're so interested in your characters that they Rule 34 them. Sadly, my game is about toys, so it mostly dolls. It doesn't really lend itself as well to waifu material, I imagine. I did what I could. That should be enough. Just a little simple code like this, duh. What are you talking about? It's simple. There's nothing difficult at all. This doesn't matter which way. It's going to cross the streams a million times over, no matter what I do on that one. I guess to be fair, I don't need to be setting this name like this. Oh, I'm getting on a health bar, and God, this is such a weird way to do it. I followed someone's tutorial a million years ago when I first started, and this is code left over from that, and I never remade it. I just left it the same. It's so garbage. It looks terrible by comparison. I need to make a better version. I have a better health bar for bosses that's built into the HUD, but it like literally, you know, casts to the freaking health bar. I mean, to be fair, the NPCs are the ones who are using the health bar, so it's fine, I guess, but it's weird. You shouldn't cast the things just to get something like that. You should definitely use an interface to send the information over so you're not tied to these things. But hear me out. When I was new to the engine, I'm just like, oh my god, that's how you do this? And I probably didn't even understand what I was doing. No, probably, because if I did understand, I wouldn't have done it that way. But now I'm like, well, you know, it's already there. I don't really have to change it. Alright, now they should have varied levels, which should increase their numbers. I'm gonna have to go through and where I put multipliers in for each of the things to remove those on the characters, so some things are gonna be off. Oh well, I'm gonna handcraft the enemies a bit. I'm gonna go back over each one at some point. Why did I increase my level? That's stupid. Increase your level. I want to hit them with low attack. Like I want my level to be 1. It automatically adds level 1 when I suit up all the abilities, if you will. Okay. And these things should spawn at varied levels, so they should have different health amounts. I think. Maybe. $21, okay. That one had a huge amount of health. 21 still? Wow. Aren't we just the chosen one? There's so much health. But realistically, you'd be higher level in this thing too. At this point, you would have gotten, I think, potentially 3 things like that. Yeah, you got the Fool, the Magician, and 1 card from the Painting World. I'm adding there. I believe that's it. Oh man. You have a lot of health there, bucko. It's like I beat a boss. Hit me. Hit me. Oh, that's right. You don't need to hit. Took 50. Oh man. Balancing this is gonna be so weird. Ow. That hurt. I'm gonna have to adjust all the numbers because they're gonna get levels in the various rooms, so. Oh, I died. Well, they do 50, so dying in 3 hits sounds pretty about right. The game's gonna be unplayable for a bit while I change all the numbers, but at least now this works. And like I say, I need to go to the enemies specifically and adjust the ones that I added modifiers for because I was just doing dumb things. Like here, I have the attack variant, so he's got like a massive bonus that he wasn't supposed to get. So we're gonna remove that. And I want to try all those things on, you know, X to see if adding the attractive female gets the job done. It might happen. I know before I go to sleep, I'll post my thing a whole bunch of times in response to everyone's crap to see what happens, if you will. Did I close the little Twitch back end? I might have it separate because I was showing it on the screen. I was like, where did I put it? I broke it. But to be fair, the clip I posted on, you know, X has 2x the views of the stream. But you get to comment and talk to people and like that, and you know, in this, whereas on X you basically don't even get a lot of comments back. That's true. I don't remember the ones that did this on. Probably the Bites. Yeah. Why did I think to do this earlier? It was so dumb. I still gotta merge these attacks into things. So I don't have so much excess extra code, but to be fair, it's kind of hard to get them to merge because they're so varied. So true. I didn't do that there. Perfect. Did I do it on you? No. That means I probably didn't do it on the Annie. Yeah, that's gonna be my thing for the next X, amount of time. I'm just gonna sit there and test out every advertising thing that it takes to get all the views. I've used the well, I guess technically the views, but the wish list. I'm gonna learn how to advertise. It's gonna be so much fun. Yeah, fun. That's the word I'm looking for. It's not gonna be fun. Usability on this one too. Completely Godot hacks shorts, so just an ad for the game. It's not a bad idea. I need to post just like rage bait opinions about the various engines too. Probably trash talk the engines I don't like. I'm sure that'll only make, more people be excited because that seems to be how it works, right? You just trash talk things and suddenly people love it. Controversy, man. I didn't build my game with the intention of clickbaity trash, which is unfortunate. We just have like a few shock moments that do really well in 30-second clips. My game is not really built like that, which is so unfortunate for me. Close out all those, got a million now. I get over some real and they show them real in City TA and you can't change A and that's awesome. Yeah. Oh yeah, nothing's ever true in those things. We just laugh at them for just how dumb they are. But rage bait thingies. What level are you? I get hit for 10. Level 5? I only get hit for 10. That's not right. Still 10. Why is the damage not getting updated? Yep. Use your own game as an example as much as possible. People are forced to look at it and then you just, win because they looked at your game. So I'm going to start doing a lot more YouTube. Because it doesn't matter if the game gives, like, if I finish the game and the game has no wish list, who gives a crap? Right? First off, these should all be connected up too. Or I'll lose the information. I know one of the things I see on X is that people will do like the whole, post your games, things like that, and then they'll have two accounts, and one account will be the one that is the hype account that gets everyone to post their stuff, and then they'll post their own game as the example game at the top. Showing crazy and stuff, saying it looks awesome, compared to Unreal temporal stuff. It goes, yeah. Well, I mean, basically, they're about selling you the lie, right? Game dev's a gold rush, if you will, right? And in the gold rush, the people who made the money are those who sold the shovels. So, if you want to make money, you just sell people on whatever shovel, and you let them hunt for the gold that just is unlikely to be found. And it works. I mean, it's that simple. Like, apparently I botched this. The numbers went up, the health went up. Interesting that the other part did not. So this got done, but not this. unlocks. It's not that, it's that. So, set member. Still gotta do this part, otherwise it never got updated. I'm smart. Yeah, I need to learn all the dirty things that, you know, help advertise games. I need to become the advertiser I was always meant to be. You ever see an inbuilt thing in Unreal? No. Like this, the BP NPC is something I made. I work a lot off the parent-child relationship, so this is just, you know, the parent of all the various NPCs in the game. And it has all this information that's added in, and then all its children inherit whatever it has, so... If I want code that's, you know, for everything, like this one updates all their level, updates all their stats based on their level, and I want it for every NPC, so I just do that here. Now, they have, like, you know, a pre-built character thing, like character blueprints and stuff like that. If you make a blueprint, you make a new blueprint class, and they've got things like actors and characters and stuff, and the character has the pawn and everything like that built in, and all the walk around stuff, so they program a lot of the crap for you. Most of the time, if you want a character that you're going to be doing anything with, the characters which you use. Pawn's okay, so I never use pawn. It's either an actor, which is just a dork in the world that doesn't matter. Like, you can be in anything, like a bridge is an actor, and then characters if I want the bonus character features, such as the AI controller built in, and the animation blueprint built in, and things like launch character and stuff like that. All stuff that's just built into the little default character thingy. Because then, yeah, I'll make a character real fast. BP character. BP character comes with a whole movement system built right in too, that just does all the crap for you. Like changing the gravity and the number of jumps you can do, and it's just all built in. Your movement speed, all that, so you're not gonna do anything special. A mesh already set up and ready to go. An arrow on it so you know which direction it's facing. The whole capsule's built on it. Everything's just good to go. Like, it's set up to be a character in a world. So that's kind of like the closest thing to an NPC. Don't get me wrong, the new version of Unreal has a lot of pre-built projects you can use, so they have like NPCs that are a lot more functional than this. But this will let you just move around the world and everything like that. Of course, to be fair, if you just start a new project that already pre-programs a third-person character for you, or a first-person character for you, and you don't have to do anything special for that. Like, I have a bunch of like pre-made like first-person horror things. They just give them out to me, which basically has all the puzzle components and everything built right in. That's actually how I learned how to do a lot of it in the first place. Was this one thing they got called Victorian House, which had all this puzzle stuff built right in. That's how I learned interaction. Just straight up from that. And I actually copied a lot of their code over, and over time it updated their code to be better. But initially, that's how I figured it out, was literally from that particular asset pack. And to say that that pack has had an overwhelming influence on my game would be an understatement. On a whole other level. Like, there's so many things from that game, from that asset pack, that I found useful. From like all the different like tileable materials, the emissive stuff it did. It has over 500 free assets that are all optimized to use, all inside of like interior stuff from Victorian era houses. I mean, like, it was nuts. Plus its interaction system, man. The thing so that now whenever I mouse over a particular, like, you know, portion of an asset, like, you know, like a certain like a component of like the mesh of something, and it shows like an icon flashing when it's just over that, like that, all that stuff I learned from that particular asset pack. And they were just like, here, it's for free, and I was like, I mean, I've got a lot of asset packs in them, and some of them were pretty good, but I don't think any of them quite were on that one's level. It's expensive as hell too, if memory serves. Come on. Daddy wants a new Fab Marketplace. Damn, Fab, don't go too fast now. Okay. That's weird. Why'd you make my thing go away? You suck. Damn, Fab. Victorian house. Ah, yes, modular Victorian house. It's a glorious thing. I hit the chat. It came with so much, it even came with a couple of post processes to give it a different look to it, which I'm not using, but if you want this particular look. So many assets and a whole house you can run around in. One of the earliest things I did was make Poppet tiny and try to have her run around the house. I'm gonna let you in a little secret. Unreal Engine does not like tiny characters at all. They had a lot of issues. So instead I made everything giant. Poppet's just normal size, but still. It did a lot. So many assets. All in this little house. Yeah. Sadly, Victorian house is not always free. I don't even know where it's actually at price-wise. It's expensive, but Black Friday's coming up. But man, when they gave it away for free, oh god. Almost everything in my game was given to me for free. With the exception of characters. Oh yeah. So you get the personalized for a mere $100. Or $0 when I happened to get it because it was free. But yeah. I mean, I'm doing, well, I'm really doing, at first I was doing Victorian steampunk, but then I found that the steampunk stuff I had was a little too far ahead, so now I'm more like 1920s steampunk. So closer to Bioshock Infinite would be about where it would be. To be fair, cars actually existed in the late 1800s. For those people keeping track, they actually did exist. They just really weren't that widely used, and they weren't, like the Ford Model T came around in the 20s. So most of the cars were like, you know, borderline carriages, essentially. They looked a lot like a carriage, except for they had more motorized on, or they had no roof on them at all. Kind of things. So you did see weird contraption types of cars, so if I wanted to keep with the original like 1890s time frame I was looking for this game, I could just throw out the Ford Model T looking car out here. Like these cars here. Okay, I can't handle this slow speed. It's driving me crazy. I'd have to throw these out because this is like a 1920s special. I can get away with this though. This is clearly, you know, a more junk type of thing you'd expect. I think I only have like 2 types of cars out here. I do have other cars to use, but I didn't put them in. I need to though. Yeah, I think that everyone should immediately go to Fab and go to their limited time free and add them to your account. You don't have to use them. But if you ever do decide to use Unreal Engine, they're there. Plus, you can always convert them over to some other engine if you want. I'm just saying, all the static mesh and like that, very worth it. I did that long before I started Unreal. I actually did it like 6 months in advance, so I would have a bunch of assets. I did the same with Daz. Before I ever started using Daz, I just started collecting their free for the week things. Because it takes so little time, and then it can save you like thousands of dollars. If, you know, it works out. Yeah, you know, if you end up using it. If you don't end up using it, you're out a little time. But that's okay. That's fine. You're not that worried about it. But that's my advice to everyone watching. Go do that. And then if at any point you use Unreal Engine, hey man, you're good. I mean, your Unreal Engine's free, so it's $0. It's pretty hard to be upset about it. Oh, I didn't test the damage yet. Balancing this game's gonna be so hard. That's okay. I have to lower the enemy damage because her health doesn't gain that much, because I'm trying to cap her damage at, or her health at 999 in the game. Insanity at 300. Took 21 there. It's higher than normal. But the projectiles now don't necessarily do it, so I have to do the projectiles. I'm gonna have to have a thing on the projectiles where they figure that out. It's hard to get hit by this projectile. It's weird. They're just kind of there to be annoying. And occasionally you get hit by them. They should do a shit ton of damage because of how hard it is for them to hit you. I can't even get hit intentionally. Hit me, damn it! It took 5, yeah, see, I gotta update those. Big numbers. Big numbers. I took more from that too. Good, good. All my leveling is achievement based or milestone leveling where you have to find your levels. Hit me. Stab me. Stab me. 36, yeah. I'm definitely gonna have to lower their numbers because they get their damage multiplied by their level. Then Poppet's health is not gonna keep up with that. Does that do damage? Shoot me. There? I got blowed up. That one did 80 to me, Jesus. Well, at this point, I assume they're going to be like level 2 to 4, right? Initially, levels are going to matter so much, though, because of the huge multiplier when you're lower versus higher. Because, you know, 1 to 2 is essentially double, and then 2 to 3 is only 33% gain, and then 3 to 4 is only a 25% gain in power. Because it's the same amount added each level. Which is pretty rough early on. So the question is, how am I going to go about that? And should I be multiplying or should I just be adding? Well, I mean, let's say I took their level and added it. It wouldn't be much damage. Like, it would be hardly any increase, but... So by the end of the game, let's assume they max out the same level as Poppet, which is 78. I mean, plus 78 to their number isn't going to be that... Well, maybe it depends. Like, if they did, like, say, you know, 10 damage initially, doing 88 to some character who's, like, has, like, 999 health is actually a pretty good chunk. Well, I mean, there's all kinds of math. I just don't know what curve I would use. Because Poppet doesn't really curve out so much as she just gets the same flat bonus for every single one of the, every one of the cards. And there's 78 of them. Except for the world card. Gives you a much bigger bonus. So, and of course, you know, the enemy health is always going to be way higher and they're going to always do less damage. That's how it is in every game where, you know, that player has way less health. Well, I'm sure there is. There's always curves you could do. I just don't know what kind of curve I would want to do for the math for it. And I'm not sure I want to curve it out, to be honest. Because I might just give them, like... They don't have to completely scale up, right? Essentially, they're going to be only in a certain area. They're only going to, like, you know, you're only going to fight these enemies between, like, probably levels 1 through, like, 8, right? Kinda. Yeah, it's kind of an exponential curve. Not really exponential, because it's like, it's not like multiplying by itself, it's multiplying by its level. So if it's level 3, then it gets its damage times 3, and level 4, damage times 4. So it's a pretty fixed gain. It's always just going to add plus that same amount of damage. And they have a damage range, of course. Also, the variance gets multiplied too. So... And I considered the whole you gain more later. Yeah, linearly then. That's the word we're looking for. So I consider doing the more curved setup there like that, but I don't know. One, I don't know the math for it yet. I have to look it up. But I can always just ask an AI, hey, what's the math for this? And they'll just tell me. So that's not a problem. I can easily get the math if I need it. How's that going to work for the game design, really? Because right now, the way you gain levels is you simply go find a card. And the major arcana will give you, like, you know, access to the ability to use, like, you know, abilities from that card. But each of the different abilities on it is level restricted. So you'll need to find enough cards in order to get to high enough level to use it. Regular cards, like the minor arcana that are lurking around, the other 56 cards in the game, because there's 56 minor arcana and 22 major, so 78 total. Those just give +1 level. You can just use an export curve variable and tweak the points in the mouse. Spec made Unreal. It probably has something along those lines. I don't know. There's a node for everything. I just don't know if I want to curve it like that. Is a thing. Because the way I'm basically working on it is I'm going to assume you're going to get the required levels and then maybe half of what's available. If you choose to get less than half of what's available of the levels, okay, well, you're going to have a hard time. If you get more, you know, you're going to do much better, obviously. But you can never be greater than a certain power level, everything like that. And then I want the bosses to die on average in a certain number of hits. So I'm essentially tweaking the numbers so that the numbers are essentially an illusion, if you will. None of the numbers are currently balanced because I gave them the original numbers they had, which just factored in them not gaining levels, and then multiplied those by the levels, so they do stupid amounts of damage, way too high for Poppet. Because Poppet's going to have way less health. Because, I mean, you see it. It's just like in games. Like, look at Expedition 33. How much damage did your people do? How much damage did the enemies do back to you? The enemies did hardly anything by comparison. They do like 1/10 of your damage at best. Because the players always have lower health. Like, just stats in general. This also presumes that you can heal, too. But, you know, Patrick has like 600 health, and by the end of the game, Poppet will have 999, you know? Vu has like 1,000. Vu already has more health. She's like the first major boss. We already know to chapter 1. Time you get to like Anna, I think I gave her like 7,000 or 8,000 health or something stupid. Probably a lot higher by that point too, because the multiplier on Poppet's damage. And I'm going to multiply Poppet's damage much higher, so the enemies will have way more health. So I just need to give them lower base attack. And if they're a little wimpy at the start of the game, good. Right? Because you don't want them to be like, you know, kill the player at the start. That's no fun. You got to sucker the player in a little bit before you kill them off. Lead them in. Kicking and screaming if necessary. So I'd probably adjust those numbers for that. I say I could do an add thing where I just add those things and Poppet just multiplies our numbers. And like I said, that doesn't add too badly. Then that means each level of the enemy isn't that big of a deal. Right? Well, I guess by the time they're level 10, they're hitting it for 20 if they were hitting it for 10. And you have to remember, the enemies are endless. So Maybe that is what I do. Maybe that is better. And I just multiply their health so that they're sponges. Make up for Poppet having, you know, damage that's multiplied. Because players like big numbers, right? But not when they're hit by big numbers. They just like hitting for big numbers. So if I work it like that, it's not a bad idea. Especially early on, if those enemies are 5 and they're hitting for like level, and they're hitting for 10 by base, they hit Poppet for 15, but you know, at level 5, Poppet has like 150 health, so you know, 10 hits from the enemies and she's dead. But some of the enemies hit for like 20 at that point, so hit for like 25. I mean, she goes down in 6 hits from regular enemies. And especially early on, she lacks any healing for quite some time. Basically, for the first 30 or 40 minutes of the game, you have no method of healing outside of enemies dropping things or you hitting up one of the Poppet boxes to heal. So that might actually work out better. Huh. Yeah, we'll try that out. And if not, maybe I'll look up some sort of a curve thing, but I'm gonna keep the other ones there so if I don't have to make them all again because I'm lazy. I could have made them a thing and then looped through it to do them all, but I don't think that's necessarily particularly worth it for only 4 things. Like if there was like 5 or 6, I'd consider making a loop, but make an array, make a loop. Sometimes the programmer way is like, you know, sounds great on paper, but it's actually just more work. What was the saying that, you know, if you could, a programmer could make it, take a task that normally takes, you know, 2 days and make it take 2 weeks. It's not wrong. Should have done one more. Oops. My bad. I'll clean this up in a sec. I want to test it first before I get crazy. Distance to check is the same. To be fair, I could have just altered only the stats that mattered. Oh wait, oops. I really just failed to connect those up. That's so weird. Let's gotta connect them to the top like a weirdo. For my sanity, I'm gonna do it this way. That's that there? Sure. That's probably fine. And like I say, I'll keep the multiplier on the health in these numbers for the variance there. Pretty much, but most cases I don't have to do this again, so it's like, it's really just a question of time. Oftentimes, if I would have to go through something 3 times, then I would obviously loop it. But here, creating an array of these 5 things, and then looping through that array, I mean, you could do it. It'd just be connect all these up, make array, loop, and then, you know, then multiply this, add that, and then connect up to create an array and then break the array into these things. It'd be the weirdest setup ever. And it actually, I think, is technically more work because there's more nodes. But if I just do a lot of things, since I'm doing the parent-child thing here, doing this once does it on every enemy in the game. Very handy. 10 out of 10. I mean, it's faster to do this than the type out code method, so it's actually just better in nodes. It's just, why? Because like, you literally just would have an array thing like that, and you would just be putting all 5 things in an array, and if you typed out the code. And you'd have like some for each loop or whatever it is for your particular language. And in the for each loop you would set the values on these things. I mean, like it'd be the same thing. It's just the nodes mean you don't have to do all the typing, so they always save time. They're just always faster. It's just why? Why would you type the code out for something so? It's really just a situation where the automated method would only be good if I was going to make a lot more of them. But they're not going to gain any other stats, so they don't have complicated code or anything like that. We'll level up Poppet to 2, see how she plays out at 2. Actually, she only gains 10 health, so. But it's also pretty deceptive, too. Poppet's also very fast. As you notice, she's a lot faster than a lot of enemies. Plus, she can also dodge and gain, you know, be completely immune to damage, so I probably need to nerf the dodge. It's too strong. It probably needs to be capped based on percentage, not based on numbers, so she can't just dodge indefinitely, because it's by the time she's 99, she just dodged the whole game. It would be stupid. I'm probably going to apply that cost to dodging. Curse divided by whatever number. Or maybe just eats 10% of her curse. Or 20% every time she does it. It's too strong now, like, as it is. Right now it eats like, it only costs 10 to use, and that's stupid. 13 infinitely, like 13 invincible dodges is a lot. Plus she gains curse back the whole time, so like I can just kind of go all over the place, and you can also swing out of the dodge too, so it's actually a disgustingly powerful attack. You just be invincible during it. So it's obviously overpowered, and it was a little more balanced until I started doing this, but now it's gross. I think that's actually not too bad. Like, the damage seems about right. We'll see how it scales, but I mean, you know, by the time she hits level 9, gets like 999 health or whatever, then, you know, something having level 78 and hitting you, its damage plus 78 is a lot. Like, that's a big chunk of Poppet's health in the end game. I mean, it takes maybe like 10 hits to kill her, maybe 11, but if something was a heavy hitter, that's pretty nasty. Hey, Kuro Pebbles. I'm pretty good. I'm sitting there trying to decide how to scale up my enemies. Testing out various things there and standardizing all the enemies so that they all their stuff is in the same place, so I can more easily do that. I also get Poppet up progression, so. But none of that's as important as, you know, the fun new stuff, right? Oh, the node theme? Oh, yeah, yeah. I found one that makes all the things light up. Which ironically actually reduces functionality. It's actually a terrible thing to do. Because it used to be you could mouse over something and it would show you, it would light up the one you're doing, and all this does is just light them up the whole time. That's okay. It looks cool. We suffer for our art here. And of course, crystal nodes, the obvious thing there. And of course, you can just put a background in there in Unreal Engine. You don't have to do anything special. You just put the background in there. It's just, you just like search up like background or something like that if memory serves. And it's in like, I think, editor preferences or something. Yeah, and you just put whatever, you know, Matt, you want in the background and just do more work. That's fair. I just took a picture of the city outside because it looked kind of cool, and I was like, that's good enough for me. That's it. That's all. I forgot what the other plugin is. It's also free because I'm cheap. Installed. Yee. RGB nodes. So just in case you want to have all your things glow like this in this cacophony. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I keep improving it. It'll be worthy one day. A glowing Doom will work? Hell yeah. Oops. No, level 3 now. And now I have a thing where it shows like the various abilities like that, and I can have more than, you know, the abilities, so And they're gonna lock behind levels, so I'm gonna have to round the required level so it doesn't have a float there because I don't need that. And that's a pretty cool. And of course the fun new things here. Flying's pretty new. Whee! And of course, whenever she lands, I jumped off the water. It folds the wings up. Also, when she double jumps, let me get out of the water first. When she double jumps, it flaps them, but apparently it's not doing that. There you go. Guess I unequipped them. Oh yeah, there is. Do I know it offhand? No, because I would have done it. Right now she's just doing a pose. So I'll probably give her a different type of pose like that. She's just flying around. But you can put whatever animation you want on the lower portion of her body, or I guess you could just enable ragdoll on her, but that'd be... I don't know. I'd have to mess with it. I mean, she is a doll, so... It's not like she has muscles to get tired or anything like that. So, there is that. Because, you know... That is the upside of not being human, right? Being an animated toy. This is a new one that got added in recently. Fun. What's happened there? I don't even know. Ow. I'm terrible at my own game. Yeah, impales things and then you get to run out and beat people with them. Eventually they break. After you hit enough things. Then you can impale something else. Aha! Oh, oh, oh. Ah, ah, ah. That's a lot of fun. Jumping off the water. Jesus mode activate. Boing, boing. Thanks for 3D text recommendation. I use it so often. I'm making incomplete and temp tutorial sessions. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's 3D text is nuts. Ever since that, I mean, like, that's one of the reasons. Well, I guess it's not one of the reasons I picked up Unreal Engine, but it quickly became one of my favorite things in Unreal Engine. I think I'm gonna go this route. I think it's just better. But I might put these down here just because it's easier to keep track of what's actually being nailed there, I guess. I don't know if that's true. None of them are that easy. And whatever. Keep them spaced out. That looks better. Fair. And you're probably right. It does kind of not go over things as much. No matter how it works, it's always going to be ugly. Unless I want to sit there and bend each of these things out of the way to make it look not ugly. I don't care that much. I care a little, but not that much. Yeah, they should get the job done for that. And then I don't actually know why I'm even using... Oh, no, I know I did this. That's why we already did that. I had done all these things, and then now I have to try to figure out where everything is and then replace them all out. And I've been doing that mostly. I think I've got all of them already, but Do we have time? I don't even know if that's true. I feel like I don't really have time. I feel like I'm always behind. This game is well behind when I thought it was going to be out. And I don't believe it's really on track, per se, to get it done. Probably going to get early access next October. That's almost certainly what's going to happen. This way it's going. Character name is going in here. Yeah, and it's like I'm just behind at all times. Like, it's just people are like, you just take a break, bro. You've done so much. I'm like, but the game's like maybe 30-40% done. I thought about having it out next October. And I still got to advertise it too. I mean, holy crap. Why didn't I connect this up? What's wrong with me? I still have to put the bosses, like all the change their information out too for the boss, so. It's going to be a real rough one for certain. Can I finally delete character name? Some of this stuff is really old. Where? Right now I'm experimenting with posting shorts on YouTube and of just the gameplay, and then posts on X as well. And having paying the $8 a month on X to see if that actually boosts anything, or if it's just a waste of money. If I see no difference, then I'm just gonna, you know, say screw it and move on. But if there's a huge difference, then it's worth the money. I think it's we've only started Screenshot Saturday, and it's got 7 likes and 3 comments now, and you know, that versus the end of Screenshot Saturday last time, where it had more, not very many likes. So we'll see how that goes, because like I said, this was at the end of the day, and this, we just started Screenshot Saturday. So that's cool. Plus comments, it's like way more likes than that, so we'll see. Scrapped half your project. That sucks. Why'd you scrap half your project? Why do this? Why do this? Too slow and broken? I mean, if the idea is good, I just improve the stuff so it's not, you know, so it has better performance. Fix things. Like if the ideas, I've thrown out ideas that were terrible. A lot of the earlier, it took forever to come with the, you know, the curse mechanic and the whole light mechanic thing, like how it played out. I ran so many tests in the early streams, you could see them all. Time for a rewrite? That's fair. Right now, I mean, I scrapped my previous progression system for what I have now, which is literally having all the arcana. It used to be there was like 3 of each of the major arcana, and that was every time you found when you got a new ability for that thing, and that was it. You just found stat increases for the other stuff. The problem with that really is it didn't work very well as a progression system. It was so hard to find enough spaces for everything. Yeah. So it was difficult to have enough of an idea of where the player would be at, and then just like how much does each of these things add? Is it like cumulative? It was weird. But now with fixed numbers, I can figure it out a lot easier where you're going to need to be at, and just plan for a certain level at every single point. And if you're beyond that level, because there's a certain max you can get, you can never grind higher than that. Because that was one of the problems why I hate grinding, is because you can always just grind up infinite levels if you're patient enough. But here, you can kill enemies until you're blue in the face and it does nothing besides give you money. Like, okay, sure. And there is use for money. Some of the levels are actually bought, because it works out like that, because the other thing, originally the stat increases were, some of them were bought, and now only tarot cards exist. So okay, I mean, there's still collectibles like the crystal balls and the audio logs and stuff like that, but Yeah, like now you can just fight until you get bored, and the cap for that is going to be low. So you have to hunt down your levels, and if you don't look for them, you don't explore, you'll be under leveled. Good thing about balance, yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. I know yesterday there was a lot of portion where I just sat and talked over the things I was doing and how much time I wanted, like, you know, you have for sanity and stuff. Like for each boss fight, like how long each thing lasts, like how many seconds you could be in the darkness. And I had a certain amount I wanted you to be at, never higher than that, right? Because if it's too long, then it voids the mechanic entirely, and that sucks. So I went over that like last stream, and I was just talking it out and running the math. Those weren't no things, yeah. I mean, you got to balance these things. It is a thing, and I'm reaching that point where I need to do it. So I just really haven't. Why would this be relevant to that? Let's find it on here. It must be used on a child somewhere. Oh boy. Oliver. Ah, I see. That is true. I forgot. Huh. That member. Yeah, I've just been balancing as I go. I'm not. The way I figured out the way I'm gonna do balancing is I want you to be able to kill bosses in X number of hits. Like I'll set a number of hits that on average, that is how many hits it will take for you to kill a particular boss. Also kind of enemies nearby, but you know, regular enemies are going to be much lower obviously than that. And then I'm going to try to doctor the numbers so that you always kill them in approximately that many hits. The numbers don't matter because, you know, you're going to be in a certain level range. I mean, if you're really low level because you decided not to explore, then you're going to have a harder time and it's going to be worse. But on average, I want you to kill them a certain number of hits. And the reward for killing, like, getting more levels is you kill them in a handful less hits. You're never going to kill them like super fast no matter what you do. Because you can't really grind up, you know, any levels. You can only get whatever the tarot cards that are available. And like I say, that the amount of time you can spend in the darkness by the time each boss fight rolls around. All these things are just, I'm just trying to plan those numbers. So I figure the numbers really just are an illusion, right? They're there to make certain that you work that you have effectively a certain pre-planned experience with the illusion that you're doing varied numbers to things. When you pure damage calc, I very stupidly decided to make a multiplayer enemy fighter. I mean, multiplayer is rough. Multiplayer is rough. Like you're at, I don't have to worry about that. I only need to balance it on one person. In fighting games, well, I'm assuming like if it's like a Tekken style fighter, then those are, oh, the balancing on that is insane. But yeah, for like, because there's so many different decks. But yeah, here it's just like, okay, well, I assume you're level 18 by the time you get to, you know, Voodoo. Okay, so if you got all of those, then that means in the darkness you can survive 27.2 seconds before you run out of sanity. If you got all of them. You don't have to get all of them. I think you're forced to get 5. But I'm going to assume you get like 9 at least and play it off of that, you know, because it was the math on this. It was like at 9 she gets 118, and every 2.2 seconds is when it triggers. And then yeah, she would have 23.6 seconds in the darkness. There's no additional drawback. As you get farther in, you get drawbacks because the curse gets stronger. It gets 20% stronger every time you beat a boss up until the last boss. Well, not the last boss, but the last one where it makes a difference. I haven't wrote her name in there because I haven't bothered to introduce her yet. So yeah, I'm fine with that because at the start of the game you survive 20 seconds in the darkness. So if you got half of them, you get a bonus 3.6 seconds in the darkness, which is a big deal because you can always, you know, go bounce back and forth between the dark and the light. But that's a big chunk, you know. Almost 20% more time in the darkness, with potentially it being significantly higher at 27.2. And then as if it's farther in, I assume 27, which means if you got them all at 25.66 seconds in the darkness, all the way down here at 58, where you'd have 24 seconds in the darkness if you happen to get to 58. But I mean, and you get it's 2 sanity per, right? So, you know, let's just say, you know, you only get to 40, which means you have 180, you know, multiplied by 0.2 for how often it triggers, 36 seconds, and then you're suffering 1.8 drain level at that point, which would mean you'd be at 20 seconds exactly, which would be literally the start of the game numbers if you were 18 levels behind. Okay, like, sure, right? Not that bad. You'll have way a lot of health, so you're going to be punished pretty hard because the damage multiplier on Poppet is like her level times her damage. So I might knock that down to just I kind of like big numbers, so maybe. But that just means the fight takes longer. If that's what you want to do, cool. I'm going to make the assumption that you're going to be not that, you know? Big number better, exactly. You do big numbers damage to enemies, they do way less damage to you because that's always how it works. So, yeah, like I assume you only get to 40 at that point, in which case then you would have the set amount of sanity, and it would take a long time to kill the boss, but the boss's damage is her level, or the enemy's level plus their base, right? Whereas Poppet's damage is her level times her base damage for whatever she's using. And everything's going to have varied numbers, like the amount will be varied for each weapon, so it's going to be a lot more different than that, but on average, that's what I'm aiming for. So the numbers look real big, and the boss can have, like, you know, 50,000 hit points or whatever, and you can feel like a champion for, like, hitting them for, like, you know, 5,000 damage or whatever. I don't know what the number's going to multiply to, but, I mean, the fool does what damage? Let's run this number here, shall we? What is the fool's damage on it? I don't even know. I think the damage is actually, it's actually on the tarot card, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I've been updating things to all pull from, like, you know, the same sources, so I don't have to try and figure it out, you know? It's gonna be based on which attack you do, but the first attack here, oh, it's tarot card here. That's this thing here, yeah. And then stats. Oh yeah, so it has a damage variance of, it basically does 20 to 30. See, I should probably plan a project a little better. It's gonna again start implementing the scope, of course. Yeah. Well, one of the things there was a video where Thomas Brush talked about what he would do if he'd done game dev differently, and he did, like, this was like a year ago or something like that. And one of the things he talked about was the game dev doc and all the things in it. And when I did that, it really focused down my project. And now every time I work on my project, I don't often add features. What I do is I focus down things that weren't working or seem unlikely to ever really happen. I just kick them out because I figure I'd rather spend the time on the stuff that's coming out well. And even recently, I realized I would rather spend more time on the levels that I had already made to make them better with way more cool stuff than to have a whole extra section of content that just is going to be like kind of medium, right? Like, you know, I'd rather my stuff be awesome but shorter. And that's what each time's happening. Yeah, it's like, because I mean, like, the funny thing is this game, like, it came from an RPG Maker Game Jam game, and it's a game jam I should have easily won, but I made a horrible error because it was my first game jam and I didn't know, because my end game was way better than what was in the jam. But the problem with it is I had spent so much time trying to make all this extra content that I didn't spend a lot of time bug testing it. So the game was super buggy. And the guy even commented, like, you know, when they were, like, all the judges were having a panel, and he even commented about this game that he talked it just like mine. And trust me, when it's an RPG Maker game, that game was, it was obvious he was talking about mine. But he said, but it was just so broken and buggy that he couldn't pass it on, even though he wanted to. And that was it. Like, I, instead of focusing on, because I only need to keep him happy for half an hour, but the game was like 3 hours long. Why did I do that? That's dumb. I could have taken those 3 hours and crushed it into half an hour, and it'd have been fantastic and bug-free, or basically bug-free. And then I would have probably won the jam. I saw what else was in that jam, and trust me when I say I probably would have won that jam. But I made that mistake. And here I'm doing the same thing. It's like, okay, well, I could race to get all this content and just so much stuff. But then I'm gonna have to, like, the current game plan of this game is like less than 3 years development. I'm not even 2 years in yet. Like, what? You know how delusional my original plans were? I foolishly thought I was gonna have this game done by last October. Yeah, right. Stupid. So I've been just compressing it down, and I get farther and farther, closer and closer to beating to getting to the end of the game, because I just go, oh, this section was dumb. I don't want it. I don't have a use for it. I have a good idea. Nothing is good for this. It's just not working out. I just kick it and work towards the stuff that is. I get customization, the engine features that could be added later. Quick, somebody can make money. Yeah, exactly. That's just it. Like, you know, I mean, like, there was a pretty big example here of this section of the building right here out in the front. I'll hit the game thing so you can see it. This was like 20% more of the building right here, but this was all the rooms that were like concept ideas that I had no use for. They just were crap. Like, one of the boss rooms was like using almost none of the space, and the room after it was just like an idea for like Charlotte's bedroom, and then there was like a room over here that had no purpose whatsoever, and it's like, why? So instead of, like, you know, trying to find some reason to shoehorn in all this crap, I just cut it out and just said, okay, I'm just going to compress it down, move what the few good ideas into the rest of the area, restructure things, and suddenly this area took even longer to beat, was way more action-packed. Any areas that were missing something got filled in with something way more interesting. The same thing happened with the second chapter, where I just cut out a bunch of crap because, well, I also cut out the part of the building, so I had no choice. And then suddenly I had to restructure a bit, but then the restructure is like better. Right now I'm using data layers, so they aren't loaded in unless I load the particular data layer. But it led to a much better layout of things, and then the same thing's happening down here when I got to the third area, where I started doing the same. I guess I could load up all the things so you could actually see what's actually here, but... because, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that's actually here. And that's just what I've been finding. And, like, I was looking at the fourth chapter, and I was like, why do you exist? Do you need to have this, like, the basement area? I want a basement area, but at the same time, it's like, how much do I need it? How much is it going to be? How big are we talking? And yeah. I'm still screwing around with the first chapter. Also, for some reason, this wall isn't loaded in. I wonder why. It's supposed to be a wall here. Anyway, now I've got all these rooms down here, things I've been building, like, you know, areas. I didn't load the train area, that's why. I type it. And Toy City entrance, probably. Be the two I need. I was building out all these areas that I had no ideas for because, you know, they just didn't have a purpose. And now they sort of kind of do. It's got an idea set up because I just cut out a bunch of areas and restructured, and areas that didn't need to be there just aren't anymore. And I'm sure by the time I get down to this, I'm going to have a lot of work ahead of me because these are huge areas. I tried loading like 32 players and 100 as in a crap open world, and it worked, but I only got like 20 FPS and a bunch of bugs. So yeah. What kind of level design? I mean, level design is often a function of what your game mechanics are. Like, you know, I mean, in a multiplayer game, like, you know, if it's like some sort of open world, like, you know, like a Fortnite game, then your goal would be to create areas that players would enjoy running around and hiding inside of, right? so that they can essentially gain advantage on people. So that's what you try to do. Like, where would you be most happy like that? You want like buildings you can get up on, like the roofs to shoot out of and things like that, you know, trees you can hide behind, rocks, like outcroppings, anywhere where you can, like, you know, essentially hide, because you're basically playing effectively tag but with guns. So it's like laser tag. That's it. That's what it is, you know, chest high walls, things like that. If you can duck, I mean, pretty simple idea, really. And then make the area look pretty, because people like in some pretty looking area, and that's kind of it. Single levels, yeah. I mean, it's the same concept, really. Like, if that's what you're doing, if everyone's running around with guns shooting at each other, then it's essentially laser tag, and like that's, or you know, paintball or anything like that. Well, you can use an open world level if you want, but I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with that either. Open world just loads in the things that are in the area. It'd be pretty weird for multiplayer, though. I don't know how it works with multiplayer. I have no experience with multiplayer in Unreal Engine, so I'm literally speaking from a no real ground to stand on. Like I don't know crap about it. You want to go back? That's fair. I don't think I'd want to do open world multiplayer. I think that is a level of complication that is probably a bit too much for a solo dev. Maybe it's not. But everything that sounds like it's not like too much for a solo dev, you'd be surprised how often it is too much for a solo dev. It's really that simple. Like, I mean, like, things seem like they're so much more simple until you really put it to the test. And then once you build it, you still have to sit there and, you know, polish it out too. Like, you can't just dump it out there, you know, just because you made it. Like, there's a level of polish that makes things good. Like, this area is just here, it exists, it's in concept phase. The area above it is like an unpolished state. Like, it's missing stuff. The first chapter is now reaching a more polished state with like lots of weird extras and things that make it look nice and things like that. That kind of stuff. It's just taking a long time. I didn't realize how long it takes. This thing, you have to make a character 10 times and make sure they can talk to each other? Yeah. Yeah, there's like all these weird server nodes and the like. But I don't really understand all that necessarily, and to be 100% fair, I don't really desire to understand it all, because I'm not going to make a multiplayer game. I have no desire to ever make a multiplayer game. I'm just not gonna. Like, why are these loaded? Oh no, I loaded everything. Because, you know, it's like, I don't even enjoy multiplayer games. Worst decision? Yeah. I just think it's definitely a decision you can make. But I question the value of that decision. Also, this music is just... I need to delete all the ambient stuff from here. I hate ambient stuff. More ambience? Oh, the challenge is nobody know? That's fair. I mean, if it makes the game you want to make, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? It's fine. I'm dead set on my Metroidvania game, my single player experience. But yeah. It's pretty much it. Yeah, I mean, if you gotta do what you gotta do. I think that the only thing you need to ever do in game dev really is learn to manage expectation. I think the real best advice ever, and this is what I tell anyone who wants to get into game dev, who's been inspired by a particular game. I don't care which game it is. Doesn't matter. For this example, it works. Go to that game, load it up, and watch the credits. Watch the credits of that game and count every single person involved with that game. All of them. And then when you get to the end with that number, ask yourself if you are equal to that many people. That many industry professionals who have funding, no less. Also, yeah, don't forget to look at the budget of the game and then ask yourself, can you make up for that budget too? If the answer is no, you cannot make that game. You can make a cheap knockoff of that game, and maybe you are equal to like 2 industry professionals. Hell, 3. I used Alice Madness Returns as my example game for this because I like the art style, and I take a lot of, inspiration from its art style, not its game mechanics. Its game mechanics are so much weaker than mine. 111 people made that game. Am I 111 people? No. Still one. Not an industry professional. But let's say I'm equal to 2 of those people. That's great. I'm so glad for me. I don't know what I'm doing for the other 109. That one hit hard. Yeah, exactly. It's just it. Like, you just tell people that. It's just like, oh, you're inspired. You think it's so easy. Is it? And don't forget, they got a budget too. This game has a budget of, I think I've dropped $1,000, maybe like $1,200 over the course of my entire game dev career, and most of it was not on this game. Most of it was on a game that didn't end up getting finished. So, I'm recycling assets from that game into this one, 100%. So technically, Poppet Quest had that budget. Exactly. 350. You're not going to make Devil May Cry. Sorry. You're just not. You're not 350 people. You have better tools than they had, sure. Because, better things have come out since then. You've got free assets out there that can help save some time. But at the end of the day, especially with things like cutscenes and stuff, oh, those are killers. The amount of time and effort it takes to make cutscenes, like, these things take years, man. I watched something for, like, Mech West, which is like a pretty cool, Pixar-looking steampunk western animation thing that some people are doing. And they were saying it takes around $250,000 an episode, and teams of people of like around 50, and they're producing around 28 minutes of animation per episode. People are like, you're gonna have all these cutscenes game? No. No, I'm not. How they think I'm gonna make, unless AI's making those cutscenes, it ain't happening. They'll be like, real simple. This is like, it's crazy. People don't they don't realize that, not a AAA game. You want a AAA game? I mean, I recommend just finding your favorite AAA game and watching the cutscene movie for it. Most of them are basically like, multiple seasons of a Netflix show. You're like, this is actually a pretty good show. I'm glad I watched it. I don't know about playing it. That seems like a lot of effort, but hear me out. I'm just gonna watch it. It's pretty good. I forgot how many hours Final Fantasy Rebirth was. I think like 32 or something stupid like that. I'm just like, this is such a deep show. I feel like I've gotten all the way to the end and seen all the best parts, and now I'm almost sad that the show is over. Really, the same feeling. I stop and reevaluate. I can make combat smooth. I can make mocap animations. Can't act. I can't make the art needed. So I pivoted. Yeah. Focus on what you can do. Graphics don't necessarily make the game, but at the same time, graphics do matter. But, I think that in the case of graphics, it's just about having a style. If you have a style that people think is cool, that's enough. Like, you don't want, I wouldn't go for realism. Realism is something that is difficult to optimize because the assets are heavy. And then you have no style because your game looks like outside. How do you differentiate realistic from anybody else? You don't. You have no style. I mean, you can make your characters look unique, I guess, but it's still going to look like outside. And that's a lot of things like that. I mean, also, make your game fun. Before anything else, you can have the worst story in the world. If your game is fun, people will play it. Why? Because it's a game. It's a game. It's supposed to be fun. Who cares about the story? The story's gonna be stupid. I've never played a game because the story was good. Ever. I've only ever played a game because it was fun. And if the story was good, fantastic. But if the story was amazing and the gameplay sucked, I never got through it. I was like, oh, this is terrible. I ain't playing this. I have toyed with the fact having none of my characters talk, but I do want to have something of a story, but I do recognize the limitations of what I can and can't do. So most of the characters are probably going to stand there and talk to you. It's probably going to play out like that. I'm probably not going to have people moving around doing actions like that. It takes too long. Also, it's Metroidvania. I deliberately picked a genre that's not known for stories. Hear me out. Much better to do it that way. I forgot I included this. Look away, children. You see nothing. I made a comic book shader. It's not a shell shader, but it adds dithering and comic book flicks. Fully leaning in tongue-in-cheek nature. Yeah, there you go. See, that's better. Like, it's so much easier to be, to really just differentiate yourself, because people are going to see your game. They're going to remember this comic book look to it that's got its own thing, and it's gonna look a lot better for people, I think. Like, you know, on average, I think that'll be what people connect with a lot more. I mean, your game still has to be good, but at the same time, that's easier to connect with than realism. I don't care about Destroyable Parent. I'm looking for Oliver. Ah, yes. What am I doing? Which one of these I'm even keeping? Off the screen for a second till I decide which one of these was the one I want. Is the one? It is. You guys can't see this one. But spoilers. I'm gonna change it off the screen real fast and then close it so you can't know. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Sorry for your loss. Which was the right one? I don't know. Damn it. First, my thing there. 1 second. You see nothing? I won't see anything. It's fine. That might be the real one. Damn. It's one of them. I'm trying to deliberately hide some of these. One, because I might change the things. But also because people ask me not to spoil things. So I'm deliberately hiding certain things. Alright. Those have been changed. Back to the grind. Fair enough. Let's see what I missed by that. Let's see. Partially agree. I play some games just because they're fun, but 70% of the time I get sucked into the story. Yeah, well, the thing is you didn't pick it up because of the story. You picked it up because the game is fun, and then the story pulls you in, which is cool. You know, I mean, like, yeah, it's fine. If the game is fun, you'll play it for the story, and you'll play it and enjoy the story. But if the game is awful, you'll never get through the story. Is really what I'm saying. Back to the grind. Have a good one. And checking time back. Gotta get ready for demo. Well, good luck on it. Hopefully you have it out ASAP. Yes. Just like the rest of us who need to get to work on it. Yeah. Yeah, I got rid of all these here. I need to go take a quick bio break though. I drank a lot of alcohol, and you know what I'm saying. So on the next tab break, on Twitch, I'll take a quick bio break. Which actually should be in like a handful of seconds. There should be every location for this, right? Yeah. I'm using these as means of finding where the stuff's at so I can delete it. That's why I'm trying to successfully delete them. They're still in use where? But it's not in use. Because this is on the destroyable parent. It's not even the same thing. You're not a child of that. Right? You're not a child of this. Yeah, you're a child of this movable. Yeah, I'll be right back. It's so much cooler than the rest of the house. Let's go. Interesting that it's talking about the character name being used for something, but for what? Not. Supposed to find it in everything. The destroyable parent lists it, but destroyable parent doesn't. It's not the same. That's weird. Whatever. I also need to figure out which tarot card's going to go inside the painting world. Did I put one in here already? They're going to be a bit out of order, but that's okay. I didn't even put one in there yet. I think the last one I placed was in here. I didn't miss any messages while I was gone today. On my epic journey to just the restaurant. I know, listen, I had to face the, you know, evil cold demons out there and everything like that. It was very freezing. I was not happy. I was like, no. Maybe the Hall of Records might have had this one. No. The chapel's already loaded. The magician room, maybe. Did I just not put one in here? That seems weird. Can't imagine deleting the thing out and then not putting it in. I loaded the music room. I don't think it'd be in the library, because I don't recall there being any in the library. Machinery room, maybe? Where's he even left? Wait, none of them are loaded. The hell? Oh. That's because game's not on. They don't count because they're not a game thing. That explains a lot. I was so confused for a second there. I was like, wait, what? I gotta work in these rooms too. Actually, by the time I get done with this, though, this chapter is going to be awesome. And it needs to be, because it's going to be like 3 or 4 hours, maybe even 5 to beat it, and that's a long time. Practically be the whole game, and it wouldn't be that bad of a thing, but I have the second area laid out pretty well. The third area is going to be a dumpster fire for a while. But I figure once I have all the systems set up, I won't have to do those again for the second area, so it'll just be unique enemies I have to program. And whatever abilities I haven't still programmed for Poppet. Which I might get to programming some abilities, just because I'm really, really bored of doing the other stuff right now. Was it 3 of Wands the last one I did? I believe so. So Swords is next. I wrote down the order so I wouldn't have to remember this. I'd always remember that I did them, and you're just collecting them in the order throughout things like that. And I started with aces. I have 14 of each one. It's essentially playing cards, but instead of having Jack, they have the Page and the Knight card. So instead of 13 cards, there's 14. So if you didn't know that about the minor arcana of the tarot, you do now. I had to do so much research into the tarot and what the things do and all the meanings. I'm not going to do the meanings of every one of these little cards. Believe it or not, each of these has a meaning too. And they can pretty much suck it on that one. There's no world I'm going to do that. These are just going to have +1 level. Maybe I'll have some comment Poppet talking about it. I doubt it. I really doubt it. There's 56 of the minor arcana. Like, hear me out. That's a lot. That's it. That's all I had to say on the matter. There was a lot. Oh. This one needs to be in a staff only. Actually, what else are you in? Let me double check that you're not in something else. You're in the music room. Don't be in that. Now let's add staff only so the game doesn't explode. I am not going to put one in here. Am I? I need to rework the Forbidden Toys thing. The whole thing is going to need to be worked down because I shrunk down the whole thing to be in here. And the battle's going to be much smaller so Vu can kind of keep up with you more. So I'm going to have to change everything, how it plays out to be a little more interesting. But to be fair, the fight was only okay. It can be good. It can be great. I was going to put a crystal ball in here, I think. I haven't made any kind of anything for Charlotte's bedroom yet. It's just pure concept form. The question of the crystal balls is exactly how much of a story I want to tell with them. Because there's a story being told, but how much of the story I wish to tell by this point in the game. This area is so small by comparison. I can put a lot more in the next area. There's currently 36 in total, but there might not be 36 at the end. The number is somewhat arbitrary because of how many fit in these bookshelves. It was going to be 50, but then I loaded it, made it less. Same thing with the audio logs where I was like, well, if I just do this many and I hide them throughout the game. Finding 12 of each would unlock essentially a card. With the Lover's card being if you found all 36 of them. I guess it really just depends on, like, when I write the story, how many I'm going to want to really, like I'll have to make the... I've written a version of the story out, but I could make it better. We might also have some slight changes to it, too. What did I write down for that? I keep so many notes. Blah, blah, blah. Let me find that game dev crap. Well, if I put less of them, I would want to have smaller shelves, essentially. Because right now they fit really well with the shelves, looking as they do. And there is a presentation aspect here that is kind of nice. But the only downside of this is you're down here, you can't even really see up there. So, like... is it really good presentation? Like, it's good presentation for a human. But if I'm trying to signal to the player something... I'll load everything up, sure. You can't really see the top very well. I guess they would get here and see that there's some of the crystal balls have appeared in these things. And I'm sure 2 and 2 could probably be added together that, hey, you know, by there, and there's... I was going to put a number above them. I guess I haven't put the number above these yet, like I have the other ones. $36 is a tall number, because essentially I have to write 36 little bits of a story. And I got to do it again for the audio logs. And I don't know how long I want the story for those to be. The broken compass triggers all the way over here? Wait, what? Wow. Really? Huh. That's a lot. That's huge. That's way big. What the hell? Guess I'll fix that while I noticed it. Not that it super matters right now, but... hear me out. I'll forget about it later. Potentially I might work on the later chapter too, just for funsies at some point. Actually, let's pull this out a little bit so I can see where the ends are and then try to match them. They're about equidistant. Ugh. Oh wait, don't do it that way. Ooh. Don't do that. Now I'll put it basically in the walls. Bump the door. Apparently this door kind of is not very well situated. Why is it not have a thingy? Are you locked? Probably locked. Alright, well. We gotta extend the pipes on these downwards. They not really match up with the thing at all. They never did. So every door is like crammed into the ground and looks weird. Assume we need to add a bunch of stuff added to it. Whatever. I'll think about the crystal balls thingy. But if I need to hand out 18 levels... These are levels after Vugo. That's late game stuff. I'll worry about it later. What are you doing here? Oh, never mind. This is the machinery room. Of course, it's there. The player starts aren't inside of those because I want them to be findable at all times. So they're not inside the data layers. A lot of stuff isn't, to be honest. Anyway. Was I gonna put one of those in there is the big question. And I mean I could. I was gonna put Oliver over here, I guess. Possibly I might just show, like, you know, what are those books called? What are those games called where they're basically like a book? And they show like the characters talking like that, and like they bring up like the things and kind of animate like that instead of having it being them actually moving around, you know, because clearly I'm not gonna do that. That's, I'd never be able to make it look good, and I don't think it would come out all that great anyway. I kind of feel like an audio log should be here, and I, instead of having like some sort of diary read, I just literally have the audio logs of what's going on. I don't know. That sounds like a future me problem. I'll make weapons or something. Because I don't want to make these right now. I don't want to design a boss fight right now. My brain is not in boss fight mode. Like, it's fine, I guess, but hear me out. It's just not. What else did I have listed as potential ideas for the tarot? I have a big list of ideas. I could do that. Drops cakes in the world and hitting them, causing them to explode, dealing damage and healing you. Maybe. Some of these things aren't that great. Some of these are already programmed in, like these three are already programmed in. So if I don't have a star by it, it's already in there. I'll also just add an AI thing that I could probably program in the High Priestess stuff pretty easy, to be honest. It has no weapon, though. That kind of sucks. Like, it has no way to fight. But that's why I was giving it, like, a stealth mode, and the ability to teleport to the painting world is just well, an activated ability. Saves you traveling back and forth, because at the end, it's the collect all the stuff at the end of the game type of toy. Versus anything else. I already did the Empress. I don't know about immune electricity. I'm not sure if I'm even going to put that in there. Oh yeah, the condensed curse stuff. I might. I was thinking about making it activated. You have to, you can't just have, or you have to actually equip it and use it. It might be too annoying though. Like if you're too slow, then you just fall in the water and die. It might be annoying. Probably not doing that one. Charming. I have to change out things like the levers and stuff because I'm not sure if I'm going to give it out until the very end or not. So that's kind of a problem. I also haven't decided if strength's going to let you grab ledges or not, if it's required to grab ledges. If so, I have to give it out in the second room. And I built the second room with the possible intention of doing so. I need to set this up so the strong enemies versus weak enemies. Set up for that too. Maybe let you impale 2 enemies. I could build that too right now as well. We're just in ambient mode today, huh? I'm gonna go through and delete everything with the word ambience on it as far as those things go. At some point, I'm just gonna make a bunch of AI music to listen to that fits my world, just so I don't get copyright claimed over and over for the stuff I paid for. That's a future me problem. So how do I have this set up for those? I require you because you're the one that dictates if things are things. I think I'm just going to put it as a generic target select. But it'll be here. Oh, but if I do it that way, like if I don't code in for each enemy, then they won't wander around. So for each AI, I'll have to program in how they would react to the Empress if that's not the High Priestess making you invisible. Do I want to make it where he bumped the enemies, then it would make you visible? Or maybe it gets the distance to the enemies? It almost doesn't seem that useful because, well, maybe it could be. Maybe instead of making it something along those lines, maybe actually what I make it do is like have some sort of things that, like attack for lethal or whatever, something like that, some sort of like, you know, trap or something. And then using this lets you just bypass the trap. Because they can't see you. Because then that essentially has, you know, gives you the ability to have a progression or traversal type of thing that lets you traversal that lets you go farther without forcing it to be a vertical one. It's just simply some things you can't, like, they'll see you and they're a problem otherwise. All watchers. That might be better. Just think Never-Ending Story with the giant statues. If you've ever seen it. And if you haven't, well, I don't think I'd recommend it. It wasn't that great. It was fine. Call it okay. To be honest, I don't think I actually even liked it. If I'm gonna get technical, I really don't think I actually liked that one. I think it was kind of boring at most points. I guess I haven't rewatched it as an adult. I watched it as a kid, but I found it boring as a kid, so that's pretty bad. But I do remember a lot of the scenes, so that's something. But I guess a lot of things I watched as a kid I remember. Back when I had a good memory. Well, now you create a watcher enemy if that's the case. So we'll move on from that because I'm not going to make a watcher enemy right now, I don't think, because I don't have a... Well, I mean, I could put him anywhere. It could just be an eyeball that watches you too. I don't know. We would have like a... I'll think about that one. I don't know about that one. I'm probably not that interested right now, just because I might do it, might not. Am I going to do this? This sounds powerful. Activate 100% curse exchange all your curse for sanity and half the amount as health as well, and your enemies take damage equal to the health you gain this way. Or just damage dealt. I would finally give it an ability, but it's not too fitting for what it is necessarily. Some of these ones I don't know, but I wrote them all down one night and I don't know if I'm going to use all of them. Basically, I built everything with the intention of having only 3 abilities required. And now I'm not sure. I need to establish essentially weak targets, stronger targets, and like, you know, well, boss targets. So because both the strength checks for that, and I guess the death terror will check for that too. So I was gonna have the death terror kill off weaker targets if they basically are listed as weak. Because I was gonna have like weak, strong, and then like, you know, like bosses, or even like, you know, a super type of target. So there's like basically like 3 tiers of, you know, strength of enemy and then like a boss. So this way certain things can have effect on enemies that are kind of garbage, but not have effect on enemies that are much stronger, so it makes a difference on what you can hit with it. I don't hate this idea. I should establish it. I guess we'll start with the strength tarot. Well, I guess we could do death tarot too. Look at our strength as well, because they're going to be very similar in that regard. This is really not of a player character. Really? Seems like an oversight. Yeah, tight. That's why, Matt, I'm just gonna get all the information here. Sure. Oh, oh. I guess not all of them really need to get this information. That's true. We could get it only when it's figuring out the target, I guess. But I guess it doesn't make that big of a difference if it pulls the information. Probably. Weapons might react to tarot cards too, so. Figure I might end up pulling it a few times, so just in case I end up pulling it a lot. Only matters if it's Poppet. It's like Tarot 8 Strength, I believe, is the one. Guess I'm gonna check the chat in a second. Did I miss anybody right? Nope. Nope. And nope. I haven't even going 6 hours yet. Nice. Sometimes the stream feels like it's going real long, and other times it's like it's got all the time in the world. 13. Yeah. I guess into the camera shake no matter what, I think. Strength applies a sticky check here. I guess I set it up in such a way that I didn't even care which card she has equipped. I could just check each one. And not need to check the tarot cards at all, or switch on strings. It's probably better, actually. So I can just do weapon gameplay tags. It is smarter. This way, it would base on if Poppet had the particular card, which is much more restricted, but I guess deadly. Nah. getting anything targets from that there. So weapon you put there that. I'll go to that. How did I set this up? Blah 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 blah. Wait here for a sec. This already has the hit information here. I could also just put the code directly on the weapon there instead of having the code on here. But this I wanted to put the sticky on that. This one I don't think he needs to have anything updated directly on there. Yeah. This is gonna be in a false check, right? Yeah, let's check for them in this order. If true. I put these in there. Is there a destroy on the NPC? I think there is. I set this up in advance, essentially. Inadvertently, of course. It would just be kill target.
That's what I said.
That's what I said. Whoa. Sometimes the weird words in there just confuse me. She just killed the target. That's what she said. Oh, good. Terrifying. What did I target and playtest am I doing? Found the target. I've hit actor. You just number the deadlies too. Oh, I guess I would. We're gonna have varying strengths on these here. I guess I could do that. I could just have the dead ones like that, but then I gotta add tags to every single one that I want immune to that. It's kind of annoying. Or am I just gonna make it flat out that certain enemies are considered weak, then strong like that? Am I really gonna have varied strength here? Like, is something unable to be picked up but killed by the death tarot? It's true. It's weird. Depending on how I'm going to classify, I think I'm going to arrive at a situation where there's so many things. No, I'll have to do multi-many anyway, probably. I guess I just have different ones there. There might be a situation where this matters, so. They're basically like 3 levels of deadly. Hmm. Fine. Like this, so race that do exactly the same thing with strength. Except for strength has more code to it because the effect is much weirder of attaching the enemy source and beating people with your enemies, whereas this just like insta kills thing. It's like a super late game tarot, so you know. I'm not even sure what other abilities. I was gonna make it just do instant kill things that were too weak. And as you got higher up, it killed things that were stronger just instantly, saving you a lot of time and effort. Like I said, you get no experience for murdering things, so kill them until you get bored. I don't care. Maybe a third one up here. Sure. So if falls through this will be like Deadly 3. But I don't really have a Deadly 3 option. Like, I'm going to classify as another strength of enemy. Well, what is it going to hit? Like right now, there's really only like 3 things. There was like, you know. Hey, Mike, how's it going? I guess there was like 3 other things. There was like weak, strong, and immune. So Death 3 doesn't even make a difference. Huh. Unless I have like super strong. Not bad, man. Going all in on RPG Maker. Oh shit, son. What you making? Tell me things, entertain me. I mean, I'm very curious about your project. It's not because I'm just looking for entertainment. Okay. I do kind of like entertainment, I'm not gonna lie. I just do. Now, what made you go all in on the RPG Maker? Finally made you take the plunge. The plunge. Super strong. I guess I do this, but I don't know if it's really that necessary. But hear me out. That was my reasoning. It was pretty clever, I'm sure. I feel as though it was clever. Aside from fixing Westendorium and my Herald Jam game, this tip will actually be Quest with new jam. Okay. I mean, is doing a game jam for a thing really going all in? I mean, just saying. Like, is it really? Sounds like a weekend good time. Maybe a week or however long they did for the game jam. So why? I guess because I'm tired of not doing anything and realizing that I'm trying to do it right, it's just conceited. Yeah, there you go. At some point, fortune rewards those who simply do. Not who do the best, who simply do. That's it. As long as you just do it. Right? I'm glad to hear that you've found motivation. Most challenging part for a lot of people. Not me, I love doing this, but for other people, it's very challenging to find motivation. I hear you. Call this the death check. Hell yeah, death check. We checking, we deathin'. If not, it just does damage. 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 I need one more damage. Okay, we'll move it down so I can connect it to the last damage. All the way back here. Also, RPG Maker is technically more of a modding engine. True. Modding engine for you called Herald and the Peaceful Greenfield. I mean, you definitely spend a lot of time adding stuff to that engine. That is true. 100%. 100%. Do I need to exit out any other thing? Does that matter? And then false target damage happens. What? Yeah, you see, really modding more than anything. I mean, kinda, yeah. I don't know. I mean, you can make things in it if you really want that's not based on the engine. That's what I was doing, was making things that were just there. You know? I do think that the best value you're going to get out of RPG Maker is to use the stuff they built for you, because otherwise you could just, if you're going to build something unique, it's often better to do it in another engine that's better suited for that. But if your plan is to make a JRPG that looks roughly like Final Fantasy VI, the best bet in RPG Maker is to do exactly what it was intended to do. Or make a horror game, because apparently that's just the other thing people do with it. Hear me out. Or make a horror game. I guess I want the extra, so I do want it to pass it, the thing, either way. And then you're like, I made a horror game. That's it. True. All three of those are the true. That should be all I need to program deaths. I don't have to do anything special to the weapon at all. I will have to give enemies those things, but if they have none of the things, then it won't even kill them. So they don't even technically need immune. Being over technical in general too? Fair. At the end of the day, the only thing the player cares about is your game fun? Nobody cares about what happened behind the scenes except those people watching you make it, if you're a streamer who devs. Otherwise, it's like, eh. The funny part is, nowadays, as a dev, I will sit there and contemplate how I will make a mechanic in a game. That does happen. This never happened before, so now technically there is a weird extra that happens. People hate smart people because people just want to focus on their feelings, and feelings are what people are seeking. Anything. I mean, that's true for a lot. I'd say the average person is more feels-based than, logic-based for certain. A lot of people do like to seek out what makes them happy. But at the end of the day, I mean, I don't think it's all particularly all that deep. People just want a game that's fun. That's it. Make your game fun. Fun. That's it. It's not complicated at all. Make it fun. Deep story. Cool if the game's fun, but if they want a deep story that's not tied to a game, read a book. Right? Watch a show. It's a game. Make the game fun. Now I'm going over technical, it's subjective to the engine. Unreal is complicated enough that it's fair to say you're still learning the engine. I mean, to be fair, you can still be learning with just about any engine if you really want. After all, with RPG Maker, I made all that crap too. Like, I made all that stuff trying to figure out how to do things. It was just harder to do because it wasn't designed for it, and that showed. I think that you'll always learn as a game dev. There's always things you can figure out. But at the end of the day, I don't think the engine actually matters a great deal so much as the end result. The end result is what matters. Did I get away? Yes, 100% agreement. I got so over technical with RPG Maker. It was so dumb. It was fun. I enjoyed doing dumb things with it, but from a release a game standpoint, it was the pinnacle of stupid. It was so dumb. Especially because I could have produced the same game in, Unreal or Unity in less than a month, and instead of like years in RPG Maker. The engine wasn't built for it. I made a mistake. The mistake was, trying to fit that square peg into the round hole, basically. It wasn't meant for it. I forgot who it was. One of the mods for the forums said that the thing he noticed in all the years was that the people who just used the engine for what it was intended were the ones who actually released the games, and all the ones who did all the really cool things with it never made a thing. And he was right. I actually scoffed him at the time because I was, full of hubris and probably still am. And he was right. He was 100% right. I didn't release crap. Plenty of people, including him, released plenty of games that were built exactly like the engine intended. It's like Bill something or other. Billsby? I can't remember. It's been a while since I've been forms. The way to define it, the attempt to technical precision, becoming an obstacle to releasing. Yeah. You can overdo things. You can over-engineer, essentially. You can spend so long trying to refine the system that you forget that your goal was to make a game. There's a joke with that, I mentioned it earlier, where it was, a programmer can take a task that would take 2 days and make it take 2 weeks. Because in the effort to find the perfect version of the code, they'll invest all this time when they could have just janked it and been done with it in short order. And I have to stop myself too. Like, it's like, here I'm refactoring some code because I need the functionality. I just can't do it without it. But I thought long and hard about doing that because I knew the amount of time it was. I wasted like 3 days doing it. To be fair, I've talked a bunch too and with some other stuff, but I still wasted a lot of time that if I didn't need this, the code being better wouldn't have been worth it. And that was a big mistake I made in RPG Maker. I made it many times over because the other game I was working on got changed repeatedly and often as I came up with better ideas. And each time, it's like I'd almost throw out the previous thing. So it had like 3 different incarnations of the game. And the first and second one were so much closer to being a game than the third one, which was just kind of like, whatever. Eventually, it kind of became a game, but it took so long because the first one used the engine almost exclusively as intended. And then the next one was like a bit farther along the way, had more randomized areas. And then the third one was just like, I'm just making everything out of particles and God knows what. And I'm gonna have to make a whole collision system for it and everything like that, and pixel movement, and just the level of dumb that happened there was high. Hear me out, it was very high. I think I'm gonna get the hero cards there. Yeah, I was lots of pivoting with Ostratorium. Ostratorium. It's kind of a mess now, yeah. Even more mess now that I'm trying to redesign the skills from ground up. Yeah. That's actually what led to me dropping Andrew Remember Tomorrow, the other game. I kept redesigning it. I kept looking for things, but what happened was it never like crystallized into like a solid idea. It kept getting changed to the point where I lost all identity, and I realized that I was investing so much time into a game that was essentially rudderless. And I finally just threw it away because it was never going out and it was holding me back from working on a game that had a plan. My Poppet Quest has always had a plan. It's always been the game that came about because I looked at the other game and said, hey, let's throw out all the extra crap. What is the best things that I have of that game? And let's throw it in here. Whereas Andrew Remember Tomorrow was just like out there trying to be like the dream. And the dream just never crystallized. So I just threw it away, and this game started getting made really fast. Whereas the other one, if I hadn't done it, would just have been floundering forever probably. I'm going to keep it simple, especially since they aren't the typical JRPG adventure combos. Okay. That's always my advice at this point, is just keep it simple. You know, just make the game, you know, don't add something in unless you need to, and you can always add better ideas later, but make a start to finish and then add to the idea if you want, but don't dream too big. The soldiers are about to find themselves caught in the middle of a shadow war between corrupt base Fair enough. I mean, I remember seeing your video for it, and it seemed pretty decent for what it was. For your for the Game Jam version. I'm gonna get to program this. So, yeah, you know. I mean, it's a Game Jam game. The dialogue need to be tightened up on a Game Jam game is like to the surprise of nobody, right? Like, I took out the shock scene and just still there from Blue Lock into it. I mean, it's not like I would know. Captain pressing the other way another instead. Yeah, fair enough. Why did I make this kill the target? It's way too hot. I'm on fire from the whole thing. All heaters next to me just blowing on one side of me. It's like... I need to really tighten up this game's storyline. I've kind of gotten in my head about the end objective a little bit. And I kind of want to make a change that would be surprisingly drastic to the end of it, given more of how the story is progressed out and how the abilities are assigned. And what I've seen of women's behavior and what I think they would be willing to risk their life for or not. From what I've seen, it's changed in my mind how this would play out better for a much more believable story. And probably a more heartwarming story, honestly. And I just have the idea to work for you? I mean, maybe. Now, I once sat down with Grok one night, and this was probably about a year back, and I wanted it to write me a story, and I kept having it refine the story as much as I could, just to see what it could do. Not the story for this game, just a story. I set up to write a horror story, because I was thinking like a creepypasta. It needs to cap the number of words too, so it capped it I think at like 1,200 words every time, and no matter how much I tried to get to add to sections, it never did. So it was kind of weird, but at the end, it never arrived at a story that was good. It was just never there. It was interesting to see. I was just curious. I was like, oh, just show me. Bailey Square is going to have an AI vibe code, their QA from now on. Fair enough. I mean, all these companies are going to do AI everything. If you think AI is not going to get used by every single big corporation, I mean, I have a bridge to sell you, kind of thing. An AI bridge to sell you, no less. I vibe generated the picture. Like, it's stupid. Like, they're going to do it because it's free, and as long as they can get away with it, they're going to do it. And to be fair, I mean, a lot of tasks are real simple. It can do them. My best 2-sentence horror, a little too close to your own health situation. Some emoji. That's fair. My situation, and I feel like there's that samurai that always shows up that's basically like dying of some terrible disease, but is like a super badass and is always for like that one fight that they win against this super impossible enemy and then they die. That feels a lot like pretty much. Only problem is I'm not like some great legendary game dev. I'll try to be one. That's true. Trying to figure out where I want to apply this information. I'm gonna apply all the checks when she levels up. Or the attack just gains deadly. That's easier. If there's 3 different attack things and they just have deadly on them or not. I tell you, let's get me alive. Fair. I mean, I like to think that my ego is surprisingly well earned for what it is. Through a lot of things in life that were real not great. But I've made multiple businesses that have succeeded. My health has destroyed them, but I've made them work. Taught myself all this stuff. Maybe one day I'll be a successful streamer. I don't know if that's true, but hey, maybe. But mostly, I think I've earned a lot of my, I don't know if it's really ego, but knowledge about things by making a lot of dumbass mistakes and then telling people about not to make them themselves. That's true. Yeah, about that. I guess I just want to get the level of these things and then apply. I'm debating on if I want to put the on each of these things, if I apply, like if I just have 2 different levels of it, and then it applies this to weapon and removes it each time you swing. So this way you have to pay for the super attack as opposed to not. Which might be interesting for certain. That's really no too weird. Yeah, that's definitely the truth right there. And for whatever anyone can say, they can never question my work ethic. They can question a lot of other things, and they probably should. I definitely think I'm a complete idiot 99% of the time, but every once in a while, that 1%, I'm even probably dumber than before. But hey, it's an exciting 1%. I need to figure out a good way to program the system. The check for that, I guess every time she gets a tarot card, it has to check for each of the levels. That's the only thing that makes any sense. It's a terrible thing to have to program, though, but I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I have a lot of fun doing what I'm doing. I think one of the worst things is I'm often kind of hard on people for their things because I want to see them succeed. I don't mean to be mean to people, but I try to encourage people, but I'm also not particularly an empathetic person. I want to see them, achieve their dreams too. But I find that most people need to arrive at that in their own time, and I need to learn that. Like I've been learning it over time as I try to help people, and it blows up in my face. I shouldn't do this. I should just be like, try to encourage them and let them arrive at it, than trying to, push too hard to get them to succeed. Because, like I say, I want to see everyone succeed, and that does not lead to good things. Yes. Hmm. This is gonna be awkward because it's gonna have to check for each one. See, but yeah, Microsoft Vibe coding is caught up with them. Recent update as many task management. I'm never switching to Windows 11, so once we arrive at the vibe coding world, I'm never upgrading my system to a world where I have to deal with a vibe coded operating system. When Windows 10 no longer works, I'm just going to Linux. It's over. Windows 11 is a disaster. I had to fix one Windows 11 computer for someone. It was caught in a loop of never being able to log in and then going to their support, everything like that, and nothing could be done for it. And on that day, I quickly realized I would never install Windows 11. The only that's kept me off Linux up to this point is Unreal Engine. That's it. It's Unreal Engine. And Unreal Engine has a Linux version. I just assume it's somehow crappier than the Windows version. But I'm pretty close to doing that. Also, I want to be able to test my game for Windows because even though I detest Windows, most people use Windows, so yeah. Used to be set to I mean, to be fair, if anyone wants to pay me a bunch of money to use Windows 11, the answer is yes. I can be bribed into using Windows 11. He's not wrong. The problem I'm having here is it's going to check for the level each of these cards, and that's great, except for... So, what? It'll be like, okay, well, here's the tarot cards. Cool. So what I mean to do here is I would get all these. I use a MacBook and a Chromebook. Not use Windows, and I actually have a Windows 10 virtual machine on my Linux laptop just for one program. Fair. Problem is, I really want to develop for Windows because it's mostly things out there. But to be fair, I should probably be developing for things like the Steam Deck. More people use it. And so I could find a thing in here. Maybe like a 4 each, actually. I need to run this in my head to see if this would even make sense, right? And then for the map value... How did I have this programmed? Yeah, required levels what I gotta check for out of here, so it would be... I'm pulling out of stats. It's greater than or equal to this. The problem with doing it this way is I'm going to have to make note of if it's already achieved it. So I think that the actual thing it needs to be is it equal? To a level, because it'll check for things that are exactly that level and then never check again. Because otherwise I need to have a record of if I've already checked, and there's no reason to check for anything that's below the amount. You would only need to check if it's the exact level. Get player stats. This is the one that's been confusing me for a bit. I mean, argue myself on this one here. Why is the music dead? It's just silent. Weird. Anyway, oh. Yeah, so we're looking for terror levels, so you find that. Ram it into here. And this is where it's going to get weird, because if it does that, then we need to have a specific thing it does. So I guess I have to have like an event called. I mean, I could just literally have an event for like the full level 5, the full level 10, those things. I could do that. And I might have to. Because then it would run whatever unique code is necessary for that. But it's going to turn into this giant mess if I do it this way. Of having potentially, you know, 66 cards, and then each one have actually 22 cards, and each one having X abilities, which might be, you know, only 60 cards or whatever, 66 cards, because I was going to have at least those. Not all of them will have that, so I guess just for specific ones that they have something unique, because the same thing happens with these ones over here, where if you had strength in these things. I guess that could work. That would give a system where it would literally let me execute code in order to give Poppet new abilities, or to adjust numbers on things. I'd have to hard code each specific ability, essentially. But I was going to have to do that anyway, because every ability is so unique. The other option is to simply program everything into the weapons themselves and then check Poppet's level. So when the weapon does the thing, but the issue with that is not everything has a weapon that swings. Like stuff like the Empress doesn't swing a weapon. It literally just works only off of Poppet, so I don't think that could even work. I guess I gotta do it this way. I switch on tarot card and then I simply run I guess I don't have to switch on tarot card. It could just be required level stacked onto whatever the name of the item is with like a space between it, and then I just name the custom event that. And then I just can do that, so that seems weird. Like, I think I'd rather have like a custom event for like, you know, like the Death Tarot. And then it just simply has a number that's strapped to it. And then from the number I do it. Oh, that's way better sounding than what I just described. Okay, that's much better. This is not difficult to program. It's just so much I'm trying to figure out what I want to program is my biggest issue as always. Because, you know, I don't always know what I'm going to do. Set up Death Tarot. I might keep it as Tarot 10 Death. Tarot 13 Death. And I just need an integer attached to this. I don't really care beyond that. And this will just be the Tarot level. And then here we'll switch on it. We cooking now, boys. Because then I can just change this number here without having to make a whole custom event for it. Oh, starting index. Oh, then I gotta do each individual one. If I switch it to a string so that I don't have to have individual numbers, that's like have each number in between. Wait. No, these are done differently. This will work. Because over here, just map key is what I would send over. We do this here, connect this up. If true, we just take the name of item. And I guess I'm just going to put all the tarot names near it. I hate typing out all those. Can I copy the keys randomly? No. Yeah, I was hoping to get that. Where's the name array? Can I do that? Hell yeah. F type in that ever again. Or is this one of the ones that I can't even use because I got very clean for it? Kind of like this track. I'd use it. Right. So then from the Death Tarot, we're gonna get Tarot map ability thing. Right, let me just do this. And I just have to do it for each one, essentially. And then I can easily set up whatever abilities are there. No questions asked. I'll have to update this information somewhere, I guess. Well, technically, I guess in the information for the ability, it'll tell you what it does. That should be good enough. Like, you can check the tarot menu and it'll tell you what it does. So I just have to write it in there and that's good enough. That'll work. And then over on here, I go to the death graph. There's only 3 abilities. I don't think I want to check the weapon if it has the abilities. I think I want to check Poppet if she has the things, because the issue is if the weapon has it, then I got to give the weapon every time she equips it. And that's going to make this complicated. But if Poppet just has these things listed, then she'll be able to just insta-gib things if she's got that. That makes sense. I have to redo the code here on this then. Right. I knew some of these later abilities are going to be ridiculously obnoxious to make, but yeah. There's not really a button on that, just, yeah. I'll have to change this up though. I think the weapon will still have a deadly thing. It's just whether or not Poppet will have the other things. Right? So instead of the weapons like that, it's just Poppet will have these things. Because I want the weapon to not trigger it on all of them. So the weapon needs its own special. Yeah. That's true. And these need to be changed out for a new new tag. So I don't have it open, huh? Guess I just add them here. It makes sense. I'm just get the tarot cards for the player like under here. What's that? The gameplay tags, and then I just swap out the others here. So this to be done slightly differently then. The weapon gains deadly. So let's just give this deadly now. And then here, so this will actually go to, if true, do this. Also do this here. But I also want to make this check first, right? So if true, do this. If it has deadly too. And then does that, and then of course the final one here is check against deadly 3. If true, we check for that. If false, we check for this. That should work. And then on each of these abilities here, we can just go back to Poppet here. You don't use 0. Gameplay tags. Bad tag. Deadly. Now I'll be able to add gameplay tags, and I can work things off the gameplay tags, if anything, so that's probably the best strategy. But I'll be able to execute any specific code as soon as the level matches. Silly Death Tarot having other abilities that aren't going to be in there anymore. Okay, and then I need to give the enemies, probably in this room at least, the things. I have them set for levels, so let's do that over here. That happened. It teleported. Perfect testing room as usual. It's kind of an interesting soundtrack. Adding it to my list of music to check later to see if I get copyright claim for using it since I paid for it, but they do so like to copyright claim me for using the music I paid for. Okay, so on this one, I just need a list of what's actually going to spawn in that room. That's all I care about. My code behind this got so much better. I'll catch you later, Home Vector. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you have a wonderful rest of your day. He's just gonna be considered weak across the board. Oh, thanks. Any day at game dev is a better day than a day I don't. That's for certain. Mm-hmm. See. Another person from the Driftwood Gaming server probably looking to sell me art services. That's why that server on Discord sends me so many things. I stayed in that server because one of the first people ever to test the Poppet Quest RPG Maker game for that game jam was Drifty from Driftwood Gaming. And so I want him to test the Unreal game later to see what it inspired, just so we can see the progression. He was one of the first critics of the game, and you know, he wasn't like a rude critic, and everything he said was very deserved. I mean, it was very right. But it would be cool to see his reaction to what the game became. So I stayed in that thing there, but now I get people trying to sell me art. And I'm like, I don't care. I'm not going to buy your art. Why am I not going to buy your art? Because they're already an artist. Like, what I really need is like voice acting and sound work probably, but that's another tale for another time. But art is most certainly not what I need for this game right now. Not at all. Not even kinda. To be honest, I don't exactly have a lot of money anyway, so it's not like it would make much difference even if I did need it. I'm doing it myself. Because I don't think they want to work for free. I wouldn't. Unless it's for myself. Which I'm doing. Right now. We'll see. There's nothing super strong that would spawn in here. I'll stand up and move in a second just to move around a bit, but we'll see. Pipe contraption. We'll make the void contraption like super strong. Just for test purposes. It'll probably just have strong as a normal thing, but like that. But super strong for this thing here, so it can't be just insta-gibbed. And I said I gotta set requirements for the levels on this thing, so the Poppet is the chosen one there. But I'll make the levels really simple because I don't really care that much right now on what the actual numbers will be. I just need the system to work. Then I'll balance the Death Terror later. I kind of painted myself slightly into a corner with these, and yeah. That is true. Because originally I was going to give you 3 different ones, and as you collected more throughout the game until you got the last Death Tarot card. But now it's just level restricted. But I don't want that to be the case for this one. Because I want to hand it out for getting all the Toymaker's audio logs. Which means it would need to be very late in the game you got it. Which means that's why it gets to be powerful and just insta-gib things, because it's like late game weapon. You get high enough level and you can just, you know, smack down anything that's not a boss. So that'll make it probably the most deadly weapon in the game, because it's called death, for God's sakes. I mean, it better be the most deadly weapon in the game. Like, what the hell are we talking about if it's not the most deadly weapon in the game, right? Like, what are we doing here if it's not the most deadly weapon in the game? That's what I'm saying. Really? Just like getting the Lover's Tarot or the end game thingies, if you will. Well, I mean, so is the World Tarot, but you get the World Tarot last. You'll get both these before the World Tarot. But also, the problem is that melee weapons kind of inherently suck by comparison to ranged weapons. So it had better be pretty freaking amazing. And I think that the Fool had the most abilities in the game because you get it so early and for it to stay relevant. That's a thing. I could also adjust the damage based on levels and things like that. Not like a fixed number, which maybe I'll do. The system might get more complicated as I go. So, you know, let's set the insta-gib at level 2 for the first thing, and just down the line we're just going to do this so I can test things out. Probably I'll set that, but make a setup to see if you actually have something to, like, to see, and when it's displayed, if you have the ability, it will mark that you have the thing. That makes sense. Yeah. Alright. After all that, probably won't work the first time, but maybe it does. Insta-gib. So in the beginning, it's not going to insta-gib things. Yeah, so it doesn't insta-gib. Perfect. +1 level. This should unlock the next insta-gib, so I should be able to insta-gib this. Did not insta-gib. It's not on the next level, is it? You know why I probably didn't insta-gib? I don't think I connected it up in the first place. On the item collected graph. I think I came up with the concept code and just never did anything with it. It's like right here. That one has card there, but I'm not going to change any of the numbers here necessarily. And then we level up stats there. No. This has to happen before. Because I'm checking against the level of that. It's got to go like this. This is almost going to be unnecessary too. The tutorial system's being changed out too. Does it no longer serve the function that I need it for? Okay, so it didn't get gibbed. Gibbed now? No. Wait. Hmm. I guess. No matter. Wait, you don't get the cards here. That's the problem. It's not running this because you don't get the card. That's the issue. Because the thing I have isn't doing that. It's not giving me each of the cards. It's just activating all the abilities. It, it's to level up at. Yeah, it's right here. Does not do what I want for this purpose. It would work for the normal levels, but I want to be able to do this too. This isn't gonna work. You have to go down here, but I don't have name of item. And so what I actually need would be like a loop area like this. Like I want to do that. No. There must be some sound effects in there or something. All these tracks I'm supposed to listen to maybe sort through one day, and some of them are pretty garbage. Garbage. Alright, so we're no longer gonna find this. I don't want to do that. What I want to do is go through all of them. Right? So actually what I need is not 42 map there, but I need this. And then connect onto this, so it's like a double for each loop. And let's call this the map name. Sure. Close enough. We're gonna set this like this, and we run into here. And for each of those, we do this, and we run a for each loop on these, checking those, and then take the map name and then cram it into here. Because the other one wasn't gonna work anyway. It was only gonna update the one ability, and that was stupid. I should feel bad because it was stupid. But then I think I might custom it there. We'll call this Big Time Cheater. Yes. Perfect. This is not going to stay. That one's my bad. What's this for? I didn't keep it. I don't need it. And then don't say that works. And I'll go here. All function Big Time Cheater. Oh, it said there was 11 people watching and then went back to 6. There must have been an ad. Silly Twitch. Did nothing, cool. It didn't skip them, did it? Level 2? Three? Nope. Numbers are coming up there, but what I actually need now is to see if like the rest of my code didn't work. Because this isn't necessarily bad here. And now I gotta go to these things here and go, okay, cool, but does the other work? Sure. Let's do that. Weapon gameplay tags. It has the weapon type deadly, sure. Apparently the depth check here. Let's figure out target. Weapon doesn't have sticky, it shouldn't. And if true on death, it goes over to here too, or see if it even reaches this point before we get too crazy with it. There's a lot of links in this chain, so I'm not expecting it to work correctly the first X times. Suit up. Let me remove those other ones there. It's getting to those points there. The big problem is it's hard to keep track of where everything else is because there's so much going on. But importantly, it reaches this, and that's a lot of what matters right now. Gets to that part. Self-promotion. Yep. Oh, it would not tell me until I got to that. Only gets to death one. Never set the weapon gameplay tags? Like, I don't even... I shouldn't have to. Because it's a child of this, so it would have the gameplay tags of itself. That's how it works. It has inherited all of this code. Besides, it has the type deadly. Oh, move around for a sec. Sitting a little too long. Yeah, I'll be right back. Let us continue. Did I miss any messages? No. Question mark? Nope. Nope. So much colder than the rest of the house. Remember this room? It's like balmy almost to go out there, and it's like just keel over dead from how cold it is. I'm like, I want to see what the children are that are available here. Actually, no. Split. Or each. Oh, that's right. Unreal Engine's retarded. My bad. Let me go ahead and unretard it. See, now it creates the actual element that I want. Before it stays as a wild card. So to fix the retardation, that's how you fix it. You just do that and go, yep. And then for this in here, like debug. I'll just grab this print string here. This will do white on it because I don't care. Perfect. And then this here, and this here. I just want to see which tags it has because it's weird. On level 2. It has a type deadly and phases in. Okay. So... But it stops at 1. Why? Well, it doesn't even say the fail. It just stops. Right? Oh. No, it's getting to here, and I don't have a tag here to check. So it's actually working up to this point, right? I'll make this red, or, well, weird orange, close enough. So what's happening here? He's not really handing this out. Look at this here, just so I get an idea of what we're at. Sure. Or deadly should be added at 1. That's wrong. My code might have been working, but 1 doesn't ever trigger because it's leveled up by different things, so it should actually be like this. I'd say they had these wrong. I'm gonna have these back a bit off here. Yeah, it's 2, 3, 4. It's fine. That's probably messing it up. We'll see. Yeah, I should have it. Yeah, just gibbed. Gibbed. Yep, that works. It just gives them. Yep, gibbed. Gibbed. Don't launched. Spawn a bigger enemy. Gibbed. I'm waiting for it to spawn one of the more powerful enemies so I can gib them instead. It's like, nope. But I'm like, but Gibbs. Wee. Can't jump through. Really? Did you see that? I'm trying to jump through and it's like, nah, fam. Man, that percent chance for those is low. This one should have super strong, so I can't insta-gib it. And it got gibbed. I guess I'm level 3, right? So I have gib powers, because it was... Now we should have super strong. Unless it just took lethal. I don't think it took lethal. I think it died instant gib. Shouldn't have had Deadly 3. In fact, Death 2 is the only one triggered, but to be fair, I didn't check for the others, so... If you have that, do this. If not, it just gives that. Exact match. Death Tarot, Death Tarot, Death Tarot. Seems like this part works. We've accessed information. Everything over here is pretty access. I could just run Big Time Cheater. It doesn't even need to run anything extra. Hey, maybe I'll do it that day. I'll just set a Big Time Cheater like this and just run all things from here. Was originally the dance party button, but now it's my cheater button. True. I wish I put required level as a separate thing to make my life easier. Everything's set up exactly as it's supposed to be. Required level 3. Required 4. Maybe the void contraption doesn't. It's super strong. So it shouldn't be killable. I think I connected it wrong right there. It should connect it to that, and I think it was connected poorly. Do it up here so I don't have to pull the cords this far. I used to think this background would distract me, and yet it doesn't anymore. I don't even notice it. It's like, it's not there. It's like a color. It's interesting. When I first did it, it was really distracting to me, and it quickly wasn't. Insta Gibbs still doing fine. Gotta wait for the other ones to spawn, check if it gives them. Don't spawn there because I can't walk in that room. It'll respawn everything. So let's get away from there. Let's go fight out here. It's a good spot. Man. There's one. Seem to give him. So Death 2 worked, but why? Well, Death 2 is fine. I guess I didn't put anything over here, so Death 3 never happens. This is just wrong, right? So let me get this straight. No, I said three. Yeah, right here, text for 2. It has to move on. I shouldn't, because the only way I should just go here, it should just kill a weak thing. Falls just deal damage. A failure, just so I have an idea of what's going on. I probably could have done differently there, but that's okay, whatever. I went to buy E strong. Oh no, actually I just care about strong on that one. Quicker test. Off hack wheeze. And sometimes you just gotta cough hack wheeze. It's just how it is. My mouse is charged by now. My logic just flawed. Could be the alcohol. The alcohol flawed my logic. Didn't surprise me. With enough alcohol, who cares? Oh, success. Get away from that door. Terrible place to start. Death one, but then we put it where it's. Yeah, just Death 2 fail goes right down here, so it's perfectly fine. I picked really dumb things to say on this, by the way. Okay, let me give it the next level up. So it's just failing out here, that's fine, because I don't have Deadly too. I killed the bitey thing though. Ow. Okay, so I didn't insta-gib him. Okay, so that works. And then level him up. Now I should be able to insta-gib. Yep. Maybe they were just dying from damage. Possible. So it failed on there, so that's good to know. So it's actually just that. They just don't have enough health to survive, that's all. Yeah, success. The hell? Interesting. But seems like it works to me. It's just achieving success, not doing any damage. They just didn't really have enough health. But I can always add more health if I want. No problem. Not really that relevant for this particular ability, I imagine. Take a neck pop there. Nice. Definitely been a real upside as I've gone along. The neck no longer has quite as many issues. Doesn't seem to stop the rest of the issues I have, but at the very least I don't choke on food that I eat or anything, and my neck doesn't pop all the time when I swallow or anything, so that's good. Used to do it all the time. It was terrible. Made eating not fun. Don't injure your neck. It's important. Trust me on this. Hear me out. It's important. All these player stats should have just been stuffed in a struct. wouldn't have to type this crap out. Hear me out, it would have been way better. Oh well. A little late now. A little late now indeed. Well, I programmed these in. Trouble is, let's go write down the extra abilities on there. Trouble is that there's no additional abilities listed on there. It's just increases stronger targets that it kills. Might be enough. I mean, I didn't originally plan my abilities like that. But maybe that's just what it gets. Maybe it doesn't even get new attack type things. Maybe it just does like instant kills more and more things. I realize I haven't programmed any for the tower yet. It's one of the few ones I haven't. I talked about having a gravity ball that pulled stuff to it. Problem with that is, I don't know what the problem really is, to be fair. I guess to be what range it is. And how do I pull things to it specifically? Like, where are we going to go about this? Maybe like getting all the nearby actors and having them move towards the location? Move to target? That'd have to be something that basically supersedes their AI effectively. I'll think about that one. How I'm going to pull that off. That's going to be... a lot of code. If I have to supersede anything their AI was doing, that means I got to interject every single one of them and have behaviors that are okay for if they're under the effects of that. And I'm not going to lie to you. With how many enemies are in this game, I don't think I want to do that. That sounds a lot like something that's gonna take a long time. I don't think I'm doing that. I already have the sun ability, right? But does it count as a light? Have I already programmed this in? So far I don't like this ability. Oh, I'm currently already in the light. I'm still standing in the light. They're already rigged to be a light. Where's out and I'm not in the light? Okay, I already programmed that. Good job, me. You could make them last longer. They're very weak lights from the look of it. Hmm. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I did this one. Hmm. I have no weapon created for this. I could just give it yet another wand. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, the yet another wand strategies work pretty well so far. Originally, Poppet was a pure caster anyway. She didn't have any melee weapons. There's probably only gonna be a few melee weapons in the game, to be honest, for her, because they're kind of garbage later on. Unless they have something overpowered about them. It's basically gonna be what? The Fool, Strength, and Death are the ones. So, I think that's gonna be it. Maybe I add one more. For the 18 things, I don't think there's gonna be that. Actually, I have the 22 things. I don't think there's gonna be that many. What was thinking? I read about these is you activate it and they all pulse and damage nearby enemies, and the last one just destroys them. God, it's so close to the Hermit already. I guess to be fair, it's well, it's actually really close to the Moon for that matter too. I guess you gain, you know, like the final ability like destroy them all, and you gain curse equal to the damage dealt that way as well. Which will let you keep going with it, but it doesn't seem that interesting. But I mean, the sun summoning a temporary sun does actually act as a way to keep your sanity going nearly indefinitely. There are a lot of tarot cards that kind of do that, though. I mean, it wouldn't be perfect because it doesn't last that long and it would have a cost, so I think you would eventually run out. Kind of like just a star. You can't go infinite with just a star. Because it drains your health faster than it does the other, and then it gives sanity. But so boring. And I guess to be fair, with 66 abilities, I'm going to have things that are somewhat similar to each other. I just can't see any world I'm not going to have something that's similar to something, right? They'd have to do a lot more damage because the Hermit drops out the balls way faster. Then this hat with crap on it. I'm gonna not use that hat. He's one that has nothing special about it. I'll wait for it to delete, so it's not letting me do anything. That's why I'm kind of sitting there. Sometimes when you force delete one of these things that you just made and should have nothing at all about it, it takes a while, and then it closes out all the windows you had open. Believe in you, buddy. You got this, I guess. You got this? I don't even know if that's true. You just frozen? You a Disney film? Is that what's happening? Damn. I got Disney filmed. Rough. Well, we'll double check that the engine... Well, it eventually closes. It just gets dumb and takes a second. Not usually this long, but it does get kind of dumb sometimes. And I have been going for quite a while without it crashing, so... It eventually does kind of run itself a bit dry. Come on, I believe in you, buddy. Do I believe? I don't know if I believe anymore. It's not even a good track. I don't even know why I'm just bouncing to it. The alcohol. Damn, man. I'll give it a couple minutes while it figures itself out, and then if that doesn't work, I'll do something about it. It seems like it's taking quite a while, though. There we go. I was wondering about that. I thought it was really just going to freeze on me, and I was very sad for a second there. It's like, nah, fam, I got you. I'm like, okay. Maybe we'll dupe the Justice hat. Guess I didn't quite delete the last letter there, did I? Guess I just make a new one, huh? Is that where I put it? I think so. Guess I have to remake it entirely, huh? Like a no from me, dog. Oh, and I made that initially. Maybe it is somewhere around here. It's kind of crap everywhere around here. I just kind of dumped it on top of things and said, it'll be fine. Kind of was. Title thingies I tested out. I could just do a cylinder. It doesn't actually have to have anything special about it. Unless I'm going to use something in particular as the sun thingy. It could just be another wand. Like, I don't hate it. Yeah, it looks like I just used the normal boring shape. Interesting indeed. Yeah, I think I just want a rod. Oh wait, wrong one. But I kind of want to fuse together because I gotta change the materials on it as well. Well, this can't phase out anyway, the fireball thing. I'll just make a quick, something and figure it out from there. Put it in the world and see what it looks like size-wise. Itty bitty. Probably put it in the world and just make it like infused together, unless I'm just going to literally have that as the only thing on it. But otherwise, it seems like I'd want to do that. I guess it doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter really. I don't plan on adding anything to it. I require none of that. Oops. I might keep this rotation. It's like it has the same rotation. Well, if that's the case. I also don't have a hat for it yet. Do I even have a hat I can use? I mean, I don't have so many hats, and I'll make something later that's better, sure, but I do got a bunch of hats. None of them are that great, though. Give her goggles. Would be funny if she had, like, you know, something different on for these. Trouble is, you don't really see her face, so I don't really know how great that would be. Give her goggles. Like, you could look at her face, but doesn't really do much. But I am a little devoid of hats. I wonder how it would look if I gave her the goggles. Worth a try, I guess. Right? Like, I mean, you know, it's a thing. Open them real fast so I can go use this to get to the other thing here. Find the sun hat. Use this to find the goggles again. Then go over here. Take the viewport. We'll see what happens when I equip it. I can always move around, so it'll be interesting to see. Always give it something, and then from that point on, just, you know, adjust as necessary. You know, if you find something better, great. If you don't find something better, it's fine. Preferably you find something better to cook later, but alright. We have collision, huh? Sometimes game. I know what the problem is. I just literally didn't turn off collision on this. Boom 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 boom. This is my bad. No collision. Hear me out. It was dumb. I got you, fam. It was dumb. There's no lights here and like that to use. It sucks. I want to position it with lights. Most people are leaving off for the day. Yeah, I'm about 8 hours. I'm not sure how much longer I'm gonna go, but we'll see. I want this to work at least before I the day. 8 hours is usually where I call it. Unless I'm feeling feisty. Sometimes I feel feisty. I think I'm just gonna stream like a lot more often as opposed to longer hours. Just because there's a lot of days where I have anything to do, and it's like, well, I could just stream on those days too. Hear me out. I could stream on those days. This'll do. Yeah, I'll play a game over the weekend or something. Like just stream playing a game. Variety stream for a bit. It might be fun. Maybe. Yeah, that is right. So the way we do this is move this aside, and then I can move the stuff directly in here to position it on Poppet. But I can't reattach things, so 1 second. Can't change the order of stuff, but you can move things around. Probably gonna reduce the size of this to not ridiculous too. See, it sure is bright. I don't think I can get away with that because look at how like just bright that is. Like it's just so big. I thought shrinking it down would make a difference, but it doesn't seem to be making the biggest difference, is it? Let's see what happens when I make like 0.3 is smaller, 0.1, 0.01. It doesn't really get much smaller. It's like just a straight up torch. Except for when it's visible, that's weird. Like this blocks just enough that it doesn't show. That is weird. It's because you're so tiny? Do I need to make you bigger? It's so strange. I don't know if I like that. Like, it seems like it should do something. Also, well, this is equipped. It seems like you should always be in the light. Which would then make the sun's worthless, right? I don't know how I feel about that. Unless, I'm not sure I want to leave an entire glowy particle on here. That's what I'm hearing here. It seems kind of ridiculous. As far as these, the helmet goes... Or the hat, I should say. What's going on? Oh, that box is in the way. You stupid box. You suck. It's just a little bit too big for her head, it looks like. It's kind of an interesting look, though. Like, I'm not saying I hate it, necessarily. It's adjusting the numbers a little bit to play around a little. The best thing about it, you just have them over on the side here, and you can play with any, but you can't change the order of things. But you can move stuff around, you know. If I move this back like that, you can see it moves it. Because it's attached to a socket on her. It doesn't really get to her face, does it? That's kind of fun, actually. Except for her being on fire, and you can't really see him except when you look at her face, but... Maybe a different particle or something on the thingy that's a little less dumb? Or a mini little sun I can find somewhere or something? Maybe? I do like the goggles shielding her eyes, though. Kind of shielding her eyes. Sort of. I don't like that you can't see anything. As far as, you know, that she has them on. But you sort of can. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it for the day at this point. I'll figure out what to do later with it. But I'm fast approaching sleepy time. Yeah, I'll either work on it tomorrow or I'll maybe mess with the game or something. Just never variety streamer and like that. So maybe. We'll see. Who am I kidding? 9 times out of 10 I'm very much likely to just mess with the game. Just keep working on it. It's just what I do. It's true. It's very true. Anyway, game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, wishlist it, join the Discord, you know, whatever. Not, you know, thanks for watching this thing. And I will try and be back tomorrow about 8 hours earlier than now. Perhaps earlier than that. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. This. So, anyway. We'll catch people on YouTube and Kick later, and then I will see about raiding out with the Twitch people. Bye bye, people on YouTube and Kick.